I'd like to call order the special city council meeting on January 27th, 2025, at 6 o'clock p.m. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Next, please.
Item 2, invocation given by Christopher Ash with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American and Texas flags.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for all the blessings that we enjoy. We are grateful to live in this wonderful country, for the freedoms that we have, the freedom to assemble here, the freedom to worship. We pray blessings upon the leaders of this city, that they may be blessed with wisdom, make good choices, and to guide and direct the affairs of this city and help it to grow and prosper. We pray for the other city staff and workers, a special blessing upon our first responders. Please watch over them and protect them as they do their important work of keeping us safe. And we pray that they may always be watched over in all that they do. We pray that thou would bless the citizens of this community. Bless us to remember thee in all that we do, to love God and to love our neighbor. And we express again our gratitude for the bounty that we enjoy. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, next, please.
Okay. Next is agenda item 3C, public comment. And it looks like all of the requests that I've received to address the council are for agenda item 5C, 5D, or 5E, which are all public hearing items. So those comments will be heard during those subject public hearings.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, please.
Next will be item 4, consent agenda.
All right, I have a request to pull off 4F to 5A. If the council is okay with that, we'll go ahead and do that.
I need to have 4F pulled because I can't vote on it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so
4F and 5A?
no, we're going to make 4F and make it the first thing, remember? So it'll be 4F, so I'm going to move right in front of 5A. Okay, Becky, make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right, got it. Okay. Any questions, comments on the consent agenda? I'll try to use this tonight. If none, motion, please.
Make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as presented.
A motion by Councilman Robbins.
Second. Of item F, 4F.
Go ahead, Mark. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Mark Harper. Any more discussion? If not, please vote. Oh, motion passes 7-0. Next, please.
Okay.
Right.
So next, we will now move to agenda item 4F, which is consider approval of ordinance number O-2025-002, establishing the Monterra Capital PID Fund.
All right, I'll take a motion, please.
Make a motion that we approve ordinance 2025-002.
Motion by Councilman Robbins.
Second.
Second by Councilman Harper. Any discussion? None, please vote. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilman Megacy abstaining. Next, please.
Next, agenda item 5A, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Texas Music Office within the Office of the Governor at the City of Fate and the City of Fate for maintenance of the Texas Music Industry Directory.
Welcome.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Wavering, Director of Economic Development. Here tonight, we're trying to make Fate music friendly. So in your packet tonight, you have a memorandum of understanding with the Texas Music Office. The TMO created the Music Friendly Texas Certified Community Program in 2016. There are now 60 certified communities within the state of Texas, the most nearest to us being the city of Rockwall. The program itself is intended to promote the music industry throughout the state of Texas. That includes attracting and fostering live music performances in local venues. Through our Economic Development Office, we have applied for certification. We're suggesting that Yvonne Lane would serve as the role as liaison. Yvonne is our grant writer extraordinaire as well as our economic development specialist. There's a twice a year reporting requirement. It's pretty simple, doesn't take a whole lot of time, but the memorandum of understanding that's in your packet does memorialize the city's commitment to keeping that data up to date so that we can attract the right type of musicians. It also creates some eligibility for us to apply for entertainment and music-related grants that can help with funding events and projects music-related in the city of Fate. Staff did attend a certified community workshop as the first step in obtaining this certification. It's been a few years in the process at this point, but this is the final piece of the puzzle to make a music-friendly Texas certified community. So,
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing no questions, I'll take a motion, please. Thank you, Matt.
I make a motion we approve agenda item 5A.
I'll second.
Who seconded? I have a Councilman Harper and a second by Councilman Hadley. Please vote. Put him there. Motion passes 7-0. Next, please.
Agenda item 5B, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding resolution number R 2025-006, supporting the Keep Texas Beautiful organization in Fate, and establishing a Keep Fate Beautiful committee, and recognizing that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board shall act as the Keep Fate Beautiful committee.
Welcome back, Matt.
Yes, thank you. So we've made Fate we've made it music friendly. Now we're going to make it beautiful. So this is the Keep Fate Beautiful, establishing the Keep Fate Beautiful committee. You guys seen that slideshow in front of you? Okay, very good. So just had a couple things I wanted to point out to you. There's not a whole lot on the slides for you to look at, but Keep Texas Beautiful is a nonprofit organization founded in 1967. The mission is to, as you see on your screen, inspire and empower Texans to keep our communities clean and beautiful. They provide resources to communities for community improvement projects, cleanups, youth engagement efforts. We have applied to become an affiliate community of Keep Texas Beautiful, and this would establish the Keep Fate Beautiful Committee. They have a number of partners throughout the state, and here's some of the focuses. This resolution would support participation in this program. It'll allow us to partner with some local schools, create volunteer and educational opportunities. We can partner with other volunteer groups, organize community cleanups, adopt a road, beautification projects throughout the city of Fate. The intention here is really just to establish a sense of community pride and participation among our residents, with the side benefit being pick up trash and keep Fate beautiful. Other big benefit here is that affiliates are eligible to apply for the Governor's Achievement Awards, which partnership with TxDOT. There's $2 million available annually for 10 different award winners. There's population categories, and for our population currently, we would be eligible to apply for a grant up to $210,000 for landscape improvement projects. As I mentioned, Yvonne is extraordinary at this. She has won 3 different grants at past communities, and so she's very excited about giving a shot here at Fate to win one of these grants in the future. There's a myriad of other organizations that being a member of this organization will help us to write a grant and receive grants for other different projects. This is an opportunity where companies, where community groups can get together. They can pick a area. Maybe it's the street their business is on. Maybe it's a street that they traverse throughout their community. They want to make it an improvement project. They sponsor it. They provide volunteer help. So again, this is a way for the community to participate. A couple examples here where funding has been used to provide sort of like entry gateways and beautification projects in other cities. The Parks and Recreation Board, Advisory Board did receive a presentation on this at their October meeting, and the board was supportive of the program. Now, staff is recommending that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board also serve as the Keep Fate Beautiful Committee, with Yvonne Lane serving as the program coordinator. And that way she can keep up with all the efforts and coordination with volunteer groups and reporting back to the organization. So there are no expenses associated with this program except for a little bit of staff time, and there was a nominal application fee. Other than that, everything's staffed by volunteers and grant money.
All right, any question by council? Seeing none, I will take a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, we pass R 2025-006.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilman Hatley and a second by Councilman Robbins. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Next, please.
Thank you.
Next is agenda item 5C. This is an application for a future land use plan FLUP amendment from Business and Innovation Center to Suburban Neighborhood for a new single-family subdivision. The project site is generally located on the east side of FM 3549 and Boyette Road. First will be staff summary, followed by applicant presentation, public hearing, and then discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding case number FLUP 24-001.
Can I just a second? So for the public, so 5C is going to be first, and that's the future land use map. If that passes, then we'll go to the regular zoning request. We'll have staff summary, applicant, public hearing. If 5C does not pass tonight, because that's required, the future land use map has to go first, we'll still do section 5D and still have the public hearing. So even if it fails or passes, we'll do section 5D. I just want to make public aware of that. So that's the process. Jennifer? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Ryan Wells. I'm the Director of Planning Development Services here at the City of Fate, and I'm going to be giving the staff presentation for both of the items, the future land use plan amendment and zoning request, in one presentation. The project numbers are FLUP 24001 and ZR 24010. So the first part of this application is the future land use plan amendment. The request is to change the future land use plan designation for Business and Innovation Center, the place type that was established as part of the Forward Fate Comprehensive Plan back in October of 2021, to the Suburban Neighborhood place type. This is intended to facilitate the concurrent zoning request from the Monterra Industrial PD to a residential development that we're calling the Stodghill 54 plan development. And on the figure on the right, you can see the kind of illustrative impact of that future land use plan amendment. It would change the blue, most of that blue box from business and innovation into that suburban residential land use type. Concurrent with that, the applicant has also submitted a zoning request to change the zoning of that same 54-acre property from the Monterra Industrial Park plan development, which was approved in 2021, to a plan development for the Stodghill 54 residential development. The intended use of this land would be to construct 190 single-family homes on lot sizes ranging from 7,200 plus to 8,400 plus square feet. As part of the submittal, they submitted a packet of development regulations, which is an exhibit to the staff packet, which lays out all the standards that would apply to this as part of a plan development. The proposed density of this project would not exceed 4 units per gross acre, which equates to about 216 maximum residential units. However, the streets, open space, floodplain, and other elements really limit the developable area to a max of 190 homes, as is shown in the accompanying concept plan. The base zoning for this PD would be R1, so the development standards for the R1 zoning would generally be those that apply. So in the plan development regulations, that I mentioned before, it lists the allowed uses that would apply to this residential development. That would be limited to single-family detached homes, an amenity center, parks and open space, schools, bus stops, covered pavilions, public utilities, and public safety uses. So even if there were other uses that are generally allowed in the R1 district, this would be a prescriptive limitation to just those uses listed in the development regulations. It also states that a minimum of 75 of the 190 lots would be 70-foot lots, just to maintain a certain minimum of the larger lot inventory in the development. Those 700-foot lots will be a minimum of 8,400 square feet in size, and they, per the PD that was submitted, they would have a 2,200 square foot minimum dwelling unit area. However, in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the applicant did indicate their desire to increase those minimums. I'll let them state what their intents are in their presentation. The 60-foot lots that would also be incorporated into the development would have a 7,200 square foot minimum lot size and 1,800 square foot minimum dwelling unit area. Again, the applicant indicated at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting a desire to increase that slightly. Also in the PD, the applicant indicates that there would be heightened garage design standards, anti-monotony requirements that are consistent with both our adopted UDO as well as some other recent residential developments. There would be an amenity center with a pool serving this development. There would be open space and trails throughout. And in this case, it wouldn't be land dedicated to the city of Fate like is found in Monterra and in Edgewater. This would actually be held by the HOA but have full public access to those properties. That just results in those properties not being an asset and maintenance liability for the city. The concept plan also indicates that the bridge connection that was a vital part of the original Monterra development will be maintained so that there will be a pedestrian bridge connecting both of the neighborhoods to one another across the creek on the east side of the subject property. So here's an indication of the location of the property. You can see to the east is phase 1 of Monterra. To the west is Stodghill Road, or FM 3549. That is also the western Fate city boundary. To the north and south are generally larger agricultural properties. So the subject property is consisting of 2 lots totaling about 54 acres. Again, it's currently zoned Monterra Industrial PD. So the PD lists the allowed uses that are generally consistent with a heavy commercial, light industrial type of use. The property is located on Stodghill Road, across from Boyett Lane, which is actually in the city of Rockwall. And it's currently vacant. There was a house on the property at one time, but that's been removed. So the approval criteria for the future land use plan and zoning change are the same. So I'm going to kind of consolidate everything into just a shorter list of criteria. So the first item to be considered when looking at these proposals is whether the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans. So of course, this is a change to the comprehensive plan being requested from the Business and Innovation Center to the suburban neighborhood land use type in the future land use plan. The subject property is currently surrounded by residential and agricultural uses, and as you can see to the east of the subject property, all of that property shown as yellow is actually suburban neighborhood, so it's adjacent to existing suburban neighborhood land use. There are also 2 goals in the comprehensive plan that apply to this request. First is Managed Growth 1.2, which states that the city shall evaluate future development proposals based on consistency with place types and relationship with surrounding land uses. The other item is Housing Choice 1.4, which indicates that we should ensure appropriate transitions or buffers between residential areas and other uses. The second criterion is evaluating the character of the surrounding neighborhood when looking at the proposal. So as what you indicated before, the surrounding properties to the east is zoned Monterra residential with somewhat similar lot sizes and housing types. To the north and south are agricultural properties with some large lot single-family homes. And then again to the west across Stodghill is generally some large lot residential development. I think what really precipitated this request in part was that after the original industrial zoning was established in 2021, despite the fact that I personally met with about 3 or 4 industrial developers, both remotely and in person, over the last 4 years, nothing serious has ever precipitated out of that. We've never received any formal applications for any development there. And so there was just a general understanding that the market for this specific location, at least, was pretty cool. And so the existing property owner and the applicants, who are different entities but that have partnered together, felt like maybe it was a good idea to look at a different land use type that was more compatible with the surrounding uses. Again, that's partly because also the property is about 2 miles north of I-30 on a 2-lane road. And this is just the feedback that I've received from developers and the property owner, that just those circumstances don't support the vision that was originally established for the industrial use. And the third criterion is any other factors required or allowed by Texas law and case law. There are none that are particularly applicable here. Here in the image on the right, you can see the original concept plan for that industrial development consisting of 12 lots and 12 buildings. And then on the bottom is that what it would look like should the entitlements be established for the residential use. So for both items, we did send out a public notice to all property owners within 200 feet, as well as published the public notice in the local newspaper. Because this item was originally scheduled for early January, but requested to be postponed by the applicant to kind of follow up on the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, we did renotice everything to make sure that we were in line with all of the Texas and local codes for public noticing. So for both of those items, we sent out 29 mailed notices as well as the publication. As of this afternoon, we've received 28 written responses for the future land use plan amendment. 27 of those were in favor of the request and 1 was against. For the zoning request, again, 29 letters mailed out. We received 31 responses to that, and 30 of those were for and 1 was against. Now, of course, obviously, because we received more responses than mailed notices, a number of those were from outside the actual notice area, but by word of mouth and just other ways of learning about this project, there were a number of letters that came from the Monterra neighborhood, but not exactly within that 200-foot buffer. So for the proposed residential development, we did run a fiscal analysis, and here are all the numbers that are out of our standard format, which is an exhibit to your packet. Getting down to brass tacks, essentially the annual project net revenue without roads is about $90,000, but when you factor in roads, as with a lot of single-family residential developments, we get a little bit into the negative at about negative $17,000 for year 1. Over 40 years, without considering the roads, we have about $2.5 million in revenue, but once we incorporate those public roads, we get into a negative 1.8 over a 40-year period of time. The revenue to cost without roads is about 1.49 to 1. With roads is 0.94. However, we started to look at these other factors that come into revenues that are associated with single-family homes, and that is the franchise fees and sales tax from online sales, which is actually one of our highest sources of sales tax revenue in the city right now. And so when factoring that in, the revenue to cost ratio actually is a 1.04 to 1, so it kind of just edges out over that 1-to-1 balance. And then the private to public ratio is 28.9 to 1. We did a comparison between the industrial zoning that was originally approved back in 2021 and the proposed new zoning for the Stodghill residential development. Essentially, the Stodghill residential development has a net benefit from fiscal productivity when compared to the industrial zoning that was originally approved. You can see those numbers here. In short, the revenue to cost ratio with roads improves by about 1 to 1, and then about a half to 1, a 0.5 to 1 improvement with roads incorporated. The private to public ratio improves from 19.5 to 1 to 28.9 to 1, or 9.4 to 1. And the years to repay decreases by 8 years. So in short, while we still see a slight negative over a 40-year period based on our calculations, based on a number of assumptions, it's still a net benefit from the productivity side of things from what was originally proposed and entitled with the industrial use. So in December, it was kind of a small group because it was right before the holidays, but we did have a quorum, and the Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this item, both the future land use plan and zoning request. After the presentations and public hearings, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the future land use plan amendment 3 to 1, and then after that, they recommended denial of the zoning request 4 to 0. The general reasons for that recommendation were as follows. There was a sentiment that there was a preference for a larger lot, higher value homes than what was being proposed in the submittal. Similar to the Northgate development on the west side of Stodghill, There was a preference for private streets rather than public so that the city wouldn't incur those responsibilities to maintain. There was a concern about setting a precedent for other suburban development along Stodghill Road. If you do this one, then what would stop the next property from coming in to do the same thing? And then finally, there was a concern that approval of this project could preempt other opportunities that might come in the future for the property, not knowing what they are, but including possible compatible commercial and light industrial uses. So those were the reasons that led to the recommendation for the future land use plan denial. Then once they recommended denial for the future land use plan, kind of as the mayor indicated, you kind of have to recommend denial of the zoning too. They're kind of one and the same as far as what direction you're going to go. However, just because this is still up to the city council to decide on these items, I wanted to list the recommended conditions of approval that staff presented to planning and zoning, so that if the sentiment of council was leaning in favor of this, you would have these at your disposal, just in case you wanted to approve it. If you wanted to deny it, then these wouldn't really apply. So the recommended conditions for the zoning, none were recommended for the future land use plan. Number one, that there was a cleanup of formatting on the table 7.1, which is the range of pavement width. Number two is that the 27-foot reduced paving width figure needed to be removed from Exhibit E. Number three was that a flood study needed to be submitted with the preliminary plat for the project. Number four is that a tree mitigation plan would be submitted with the preliminary plat. Number five is that the applicable portion of Section 4B shall read as follows, applying to the concept plan and amendments to the concept plan. It will be allowed by the property owner without city approval if it was only to change the number of lots for each lot type, to modify the phasing boundaries, and to modify the street alignments consistent with the final engineering design. So they had originally proposed some other items to be able to change without city approval, and we wanted to limit it to those three items. Recommended condition 6 is that the garage door design needs to apply to all garage doors, not just those facing the front street. That's actually a typo there. Number 7 is that Section 4P1 shall read as follows. Each single family front and side yard shall be covered with vegetative ground cover and irrigated. There was a option for non-vegetated cover, but we wanted to make sure that there was vegetation. Number 8 is related to fencing. It says that fencing shall only be located immediately inside the rear building line of such lot as may be constructed to the rear property line, only where the house immediately adjacent to the rear faces the opposite direction. Recommended condition 9, section 4.W shall read that that there's certain infrastructure that's not required to be completed as a condition of subdivision acceptance. Those are generally things that come as separate approvals tied to those building permits. I won't read all that language. It's in your packet. Recommended condition 10 states that section 4X shall read that there's a limit to model home permits and that there's a kind of replacement factor. You can't have more than 6 model homes on the property at one time. Section 11 states that there should be a minimum 2% swale grade. We've found that some other developments that have less than a 2% swale grade, they're generally at the 1 to 1.1% swale grade. We're seeing some drainage issues in those neighborhoods, and so we wanted to increase that consistent with our design and construction standards, which is 2%. I know that they have a request to reconsider that specific condition, so I put that little asterisk there to make sure you guys were aware of that. Recommended condition 12 is that the R1 zoning is the base zoning. Recommended conditions 13 and 14 are just typos. Condition 15 is that they need to provide a true secondary access for fire protection. Recommended condition 16 is that the access point will be a single curb cut and not a double curb cut, just for traffic management purposes. And recommended condition 17 will be that a traffic impact analysis will be required as part of the preliminary plat submittal. So again, those are just things that, depending on what the council wanted to go with, this is what we would recommend as conditions if they were an approval to be considered. That is my presentation. I'm happy to take questions now or later.
Yeah, will the council have the applicant do the presentation first? All right, the applicant, please. And then we'll take questions for both of you after the presentation.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council, esteemed staff. I'm Michael Jackson with Wynn Jackson,
address 600 North Pearl, Dallas, Texas 75201. So we are the developers of Monterra, and we, which is a much larger 700-plus lot master plan community, we would call it. Because of the overwhelming success there at Monterra, been well received, we have been looking for other sites within Fate to do another project, and this one is one we've been tracking for a long time. You know, just a little bit of history. My version of what happened in the past is, you know, after the P&Z meeting, we had a meeting with all the HOA, offered a meeting with all the HOA of Monterra. Had a good Zoom call, had lots of people participate, lots of questions and answers. We explained the project. Many of those residents are here tonight. I think we received a lot of support, if not overwhelming support in that call. We've done a lot of things at Monterra with a new project with lots of growth, lots of home construction. It's a little bit of a frenzy for a while, but it's taken a while to get things cleaned up. I think we're there now, stabilized. It looks really good. I was just out there, and it's clean, and I think it looks great. We've made a change to the HOA company, the management company, which is a big deal. It's hard to make that change early on in a community development. Once you get an HOA manager set up, it's a kind of a big process to move that ship. We've done that. We brought in a new manager. I think she's having a meeting with the residents in the next week or so. And like I said, I think we've addressed all the concerns of our residents, which is our primary objective, is to make our residents happy. We're building community. So this project we're calling the Stodghill tract. Just some history. This property was purchased by the current owner in 2017. There was a lawsuit with the city over entitlements. Don't want to go into that too much, but that was settled and dismissed in, I think, December 2020. I think that was right when we were coming to you for the zoning in Monterra, and it was a fun time right in the middle of everything going on. Then this property was zoned actually ag to a PD IND, industrial, heavy industrial, and that was approved in February 21. The concept plan for industrial was approved at the same time. Our zoning was approved, I think, March, I think the next meeting. And just to put it all in perspective, the forward Fate comp plan wasn't approved till October of that same year. So this property was actually rezoned industrial before the comp plan was finalized. So I know this is we're going presenting for the FLUP, but that's just a point that I wanted to make. You know, the current zoning is basically heavy industrial. It is a PD that allows, specifically in the PD, manufacturing, warehouse, storage, light industrial, construction-related businesses, et cetera. And it's under the PDI, the heavy IND category in the city, which does have some limited restrictions. I mean, deliveries are only from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There's no loading docks facing Stodghill. There's no restriction on loading docks facing any other side of the property. Landscape screening on the north and south, but no landscape screening required on the east side of the property. And this zoning also has a maximum height of 5 stories, which is 75 feet. I have to say that's very high, very tall for industrial zoning. We've got other industrial projects. We do industrial development, and I've never seen above 60 feet height. So, you know, this property was marketed for sale by our owner for coming up 4 years now, and they've had no activity due to changes in the way distribution developers are working. It is far off the interstate. It's off a 2-lane farm to market road, and it's just not an ideal site for industrial. They've really had zero interest. As we dug into this entitlement, we really discovered, you know, there's some issues and concerns we have as the owners of Monterra and developers with another big phase coming on, and lots of residents that bought into our vision there in Monterra. You know, this potentially could be very unsightly. There's a 40-foot change in topography from Stodghill down to the creek, and our engineers have done some work on it. In order to develop an industrial site, it has to be totally flat. So that could potentially call for a 40-foot retaining wall on the eastern boundary of this property, and then you've got potentially a 70-foot, 75-foot building on that 40-foot retaining wall. So very tall. Obviously in industrial, you've got light pollution. You've got to light the parking lots. The buildings are lit. The loading docks are lit. You've got noise pollution with trucks, traffic on Stodghill, of course, from those trucks. You know, there is a risk of the tree buffer being removed in a development like that, where they're maximizing the land and not caring so much about landscaping and public spaces. That's a potential that they could, someone could move that. This is the site plan that was, the concept plan, I'm sorry, that was approved in February of 2021. This is for, I think it had 582,750 square feet and 12 buildings, 1,114 parking spaces. Quite an aggressive plan. You can see the proximity to Monterra. There are some of our lots are dropped in there. This is an old plan that was approved in 2021. We did take the liberty just to get a visual of what this could look like. I'll show you that in a second. This is the perspective showing the proximity to Monterra and the location there on Stodghill. These are some renderings we had done. This is photographs taken from the trail on the western boundary of Monterra. This one on the right is at Cortona. That's the cul-de-sac there you see on the right. Looking towards the west, this assumes a retaining wall that is not 40 feet. It's, I think, 15, 20 feet tall. These buildings are not 70 feet. They're maybe 50 feet tall. Just to put in perspective what those buildings would look like as our future neighbor. So again, raised some concerns for us as the owner and developer of Monterra and, our residents as well. So Monterra has been a very successful community, as I discussed. The plan for this project, feeding off of Monterra's success and people wanting to reside in Fate, be in Rockwall schools, is a smaller neighborhood. This is more of a neighborhood, a small community. This is, although the zoning based upon the density could allow, I think he said 216 lots, this is only for 177 lots, this plan right here. So, I mean, we really can't get over 180 based upon our desired lot size. We're not doing any 50-foot lots. These are 60 and 70, some 75-foot lots. Some are going to be very deep. We are working to preserve that entire eastern boundary, those trees, as much as we can. I mean, that creek comes right behind there, so we're going to really be, most of that's going to stay in place. That's, again, what we're selling. I mean, those homes will sell for a big premium. Our average home price here, we're estimating when we deliver these lots, is closer to $825,000. I know the city staff used $650 for the fiscal analysis, but we've given them some updates. I know they couldn't change the package from the P&Z to the council, but we're estimating more like $825,000. So these will be very nice homes. We'll use the same builders. We'll have the same design criteria, CC&Rs that we have in Monterra. There will be no renters. We don't allow renters in our CC&Rs. We restrict that. I mean, we have some exceptions. If you're in the military, you relocate or get relocated for a job, we take special exceptions, but we're very, very, very stringent on rentals in our communities. This will have a small amenity center there at the entry. We've made some changes based upon our meetings with the city staff. We've got an emergency fire entrance there on the south to provide a secondary access. We've done some configuration changes. We met with the city staff multiple times in the fall, and all the items that they asked for, the conditions, have been agreed to. The swale is the one thing we say negotiate. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but we've come to terms on an appropriate swayed grail. If you guys want to get to the details of that, our engineers here, they can really talk about that. But we've agreed to a 1.5% minimum swale on the side yards. To put in perspective, Monterra is 1.1%. I think the city standard is 2%, but I think we had a hard time finding any other communities that are able to build the lots to that swale grade, because it puts the houses up very high, forces you to have steps in your garage walking in your house. There's some issues, we believe, with that swale. So we also did agree to increase the minimum home size. We kind of proactively did that. So we originally proposed that on the 70-foot lots, that the minimum home size would be 2,200 square feet, which is the same as Monterra. We are going to increase that to 2,500 square feet. That's actually already in the amended PD, I'd say, the red line that we sent to staff. So 2,500 square feet minimum home size in the 70s. And on the 60s, Monterra has a 2,000 square foot minimum. We've proactively increased these to 2,200 on the 60s. So these will be bigger homes. Again, no 50-foot lots, so bigger average lot size. And I think that's all of my notes here. So, open any questions or comments. I know we're focusing on the FLUP right now, but I wanted to get all this out.
Yeah, no, thank you for doing that. Save some time later. Scott, you want to start?
Ryan, question for you. And this is more, going to be more, instead of the specific project, it's how this project fits into our comp plan as a whole. Because when I look at our comp plan as a whole, everything to the north and south of this lot is generally designated rural reserve,
yeah.
rural estate, rural neighborhood, definitely bigger lot than this. I know there's some open land to the south. I know across the street from this, there are bigger lot neighborhoods. Everything to the north of this, there's, I think, one neighborhood, but generally any housing is on bigger lots.
Yeah,
Rockwell
Country-
ISD
I
owns
think
it.
it's Country Club has
Right.
has smaller, like typical lot sizes.
Right. Rockwell ISD owns a lot of the property up off 3549. Currently, there aren't any plans with the county, although it's on the future plans down the road, but it's still a ways out for any expansion of 3549 between 66 and 552, correct?
Correct.
So we're looking at putting in, you have 190 homes. I know that gives a 10% variance north or south of that with staff approval without having to come back here too. So my concern is how this property fits in with the entire comp plan. The light industrial didn't fit. That was more of a hand that was forced upon us than anything. But this, if we put in 60, 70-foot lots, in my mind, that's opening up really everything along 3549 and potentially along 551 to make much easier cases to put denser lots than what our comp plan has. So I guess my question is, what are your thoughts on that, especially as it relates to the integrity of the comp plan? I know a lot of people have a lot of questions about the comp plan, but it was specifically designed that as we get further away from 30, that it would be less and less dense and push less traffic down through town. So any thoughts or comments on that?
Right, and you're absolutely correct that basically the balance of properties along 3549 north of 66 are that rural reserve. This was kind of an outlier to be established as business innovation. And when the council adopted that land use designation, that was simply because there was already an entitled industrial project on that property.
Right.
So might as well just make it fit. So it certainly, results in a little bit of a break of the pattern there. Its adjacency to Monterra to the east, I think, is something to be considered as well. I mean, you're not like you're spot zoning it in the middle of a sea of green. You do have an example of that exact same development pattern just to the east. The one thing about the concern about opening up all of 3549 to this level of development, and I didn't bring it up at P&Z, and maybe I should have, but there's no sewer out here. The only reason that this can develop to this level of intensity is because there's sewer improvements serving Monterra that are intended to serve this project even as a industrial property that are unique to everything along 3549. There's no sewer serving to the north or to the south down to 66. So that feasibility element alone would limit any other properties along 3549 to be able to develop to this degree of intensity.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Mark, you got a question?
Yeah, can you flip back 2 slides just so I can see the timeline that they had up on, maybe it's 3 slides, right there. Okay. I echo the same concerns about the density of the neighborhood. It concerns me for the traffic, obviously, that we've already got lots of complaints about traffic in that area as well, not necessarily in that particular area, but in that general zone of traffic. It also concerns me that we're taking away some of our ability to maybe have some commercial real estate there. And I know you showed this on the chart before, but that neighborhood is already a negative on the city as far as the cost of streets, that sort of thing. And adding additional properties would even burden us more and over a 40-year period. So just some thoughts.
Any other questions? Lance?
I have a number of questions, actually. Full disclosure, I do own property in Monterra. The first question I have is, so the sewer connection coming out of Monterra, what is that pump station down there at the far corner of Phase 1? They have to backhaul it across the creek, right?
That's right, yeah. So the plan is for the sewer to run west and to connect to the industrial property on the other side of the creek.
So if there's a 40-foot elevation difference from 3549 to the back of that property, is there gonna have to be work done to the pump station there?
It'll all draw toward Monterra.
It's all
It'll be
gravity
all
fed that
gravity.
way? Okay. On the road going into the development, was there any plans for stoplight?
Stoplight, like traffic signal? No, it would be depending on what the TIA calls for. So that's why we recommend a condition of approval as requiring a TIA, so that they could evaluate what the traffic impacts would be, given the existing condition with the other neighborhoods in the area. I highly doubt that it would
Require one?
warrant a signal at that intersection, but it would be up to TxDOT standards.
Okay, and then if you go back to the land use map, the yellow that you had for the rezone, or for the rezoning of it, and it was surrounded by, it looked like it wasn't the entire property. Is that just a?
You're actually, you noticed correctly. I'll show you I'll show the group what you're talking about there. So.
So that's all all that blue is industrial, right?
Yeah, so everything that's in the blue here
Yeah,
is designated as Business and Innovation Center. It's the comprehensive plan land
Yeah.
use classification. It's
Yeah.
not zoning. This is the
Right,
comp plan
the comp
level
plan.
of land use, assignment. The Monterra property, or the Stodghill 54 property, excuse me, is in the yellow.
yeah.
When the comp plan was adopted, there was a strip of blue on this property as well, assuming that there might be some complementary, I assume, this was 4 years ago, but presumably there was going to be an opportunity for complementary industrial use on the property immediately to the north when that designation was assigned to that area.
So what happens to that? It stays that
That would
designation?
stay that way until the property owner or the city decided to initiate a future land use plan amendment. Now, we are looking at a 5-year update, possibly next fiscal year. And so if this were to be changed to suburban neighborhood, there might be an opportunity to just do a proactive update to that to clean up some of those slivers that don't really apply or are not compatible.
Okay. So originally, when we had one iteration of this way back when we started having to deal with the current landowner, and before we got into the litigation, this was actually all residential going from 3549 with a road, a connector going across the creek into the current Monterra subdivision that was all supposed to have been planned out with a community garden, whole 9 yards, right? So just to give everybody a little bit of perspective,
That
originally
predates
it
me,
was
but
like
I
that.
do recall seeing some images.
Yeah, there was certainly discussion about doing that at the time. And we were, as part of a lawsuit, this current zoning was forced upon the city. So the city didn't necessarily want to do this, but we were forced into it. So I first want to make sure that everybody here in attendance understands that had nothing to do with the city pushing to have an industrial or light industrial zoning in that area. The next thing I wanted to ask a question about was, how did you guys calculate your sales tax on homes? What assumptions do you make?
Sure, so we actually went back and looked at all the sales tax revenues for calendar year 2024 and the franchise fee revenues, not utility fees, but just franchise fees, divided by the number of single-family homes that we had across the city, and came up with $147 per household per year calculation for those revenue
So
sources.
pretty basic assumption then.
Very basic assumption, but it's
But
something.
it's accurate.
Based on
I would
actual
think it's
numbers that
accurate.
come from our finance department, so.
Yeah, okay. And then I guess the other question is did you guys review the plan development or the PD?
The language of the PD
Uh-huh,
for the residential?
uh-huh.
Yeah, that's why we had
Multiple times?
17 recommended conditions.
And you're not gonna have the same kind of thing that we had in the Monterra PD? With the
Regarding
fencing?
the fencing? Well, we made sure that that element was fixed in this situation, yeah.
Okay. And then, last question has to do about the road widths. Did you go to the skinnier roads?
Say that again, please?
Did we go to the skinnier roads in there?
No, I think there was just some cleanup. There was a discrepancy between the language in the development regulations exhibit and the images, and so we wanted to make sure that they were kind of aligned with one another. But we didn't require like a skinnier road or anything like that.
Like, and I'll use the example back in Monterra, those roads, they can be pretty skinny, especially when you got two sets of trucks parked on either side. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea that it slows traffic down, or supposed to slow traffic down because people are less likely. Less likely to try and barrel through something like that.
One of the requests of staff was to widen those roads, which we've agreed to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Mark? Kelly?
No, I'm good.
Alan?
The assumptions on the break-even point for the industrial as it was before, was there any business tax included in that analysis? Equipment, inventory, things of that nature?
What we did, I spoke with Matt Wavering, our new economic development director, who oversaw the Rockwall Tech Park for many years. And so he knows about the industry and the revenues and the values of those types of development. I mean, with such a wide variety of options of what could go into those buildings as part of the existing zoning, what I got from him was about a $70 a square foot assessed value that could come out of a development of that nature, especially given its 2-mile distance from I-30. We probably would assume a kind of a lower quality, building materials and things like that, just because of its distance from I-30. So I used $70 a square foot and based it on the concept plan that we had as part of the entitlement.
So that was part of the analysis?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
yeah.
good. And then I guess another odd thing to think about is possible jobs, but I'll kind of skip that for now. The 40-foot retaining wall to level the whole thing out, is the business technology use for that particular piece of property even financially feasible for a company to come in and do? 40-foot, I mean, you're talking.
I can't really say. I mean, we met with a couple of developers who were looking at generally reconfigurations of the concept plan. Somebody wanted to come in and do 4 100,000-foot warehouses, but when you have a 100,000-foot warehouse, you need a flat site. A 12 building site layout allows for maybe some configuration, but so I mean, I can't really say if it's economically feasible or not. But
Yeah.
I mean, in 4 years, we haven't seen anything shake loose from that. So.
And I guess, to piggyback on what Lance was saying, this was handed to us as a settlement for a lawsuit.
As part of the settlement agreement, yes.
That none of us were really very excited about, just because it's in a really weird place. Right there by that curve, et cetera, getting trucks in and out, but okay, so having something different come up is rather interesting. I have kind of what Scott was saying about why not the larger lots, more expensive homes. I guess something along those lines is kind of what, like, this is just more of the same.
Because that's what they're asking for.
I know, that's what they're asking for. And what about the existing industrial PID that's currently in place?
That's maybe something that either the developers or Michael could speak to. I don't really get into that.
Will it be rolled into the existing Monterra PID, or is it?
Well, we were, come on up if you want. Your intention. Our belief was that we would roll whatever it's got it, but based on the lawsuit, it's got an entitled PID. So whatever, if it's industrial.
Well, it's an industrial PID, and there's no longer an industrial land use or zoning. The PID kind of dies, doesn't it?
No, it can be reworked.
We would say no. We just rework it for a residential PID.
Okay.
it'd be a separate pit, it wouldn't be part of Monterra's pit.
So it'd be Monterra PID 3 or whatever, 2?
It would be its own standalone pit.
Yeah.
Whatever we call it.
That's all I have, thank you.
Cody? Sorry.
How many students would this add to Rockwall ISD? Is there any thoughts on that?
That's a good question. Our assumption on household size, based on the American Community Survey, is 3.17 per household. So that assumes that there would be some students, but we didn't do an actual calculation of, and we don't typically do that. But no, we didn't actually calculate how many students that would be in the Rockwall ISD.
Okay. I just know that they're having a hard time right now already, and this for sure adds a extra burden. And we also have Lafayette Crossing that's coming with 1,100 more, I don't know if it's just apartments, but condos and what have you, plus single-family homes. This definitely adds to the burden on our school system already. What all can be built in a business innovation center? Does it have to be warehouses, or?
The PD had a number of, basically aligned with the, at the time we had just a general industrial zoning district. We didn't have heavy and light, which we adopted as part of the 2022 UDO update. So it was just a general industrial. There were some things that were excluded. And this is just kind of off the top of my head. For example, you couldn't do a concrete batch plant. You couldn't do things that created a high level of noxious fumes or excessive noise. So there was a consideration in the hearing to adopt the PD that did take into account that it was right next to a residential use, but you could still do warehousing, manufacturing, logistics.
So like, you know, for instance, I know Rockwall, they have like a small L3. Could something like that potentially go here? So it doesn't necessarily have to be like warehouse.
Sure, yeah, it could be a number of other uses that are, I guess, more passive in nature.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Hey, so a couple of things real quick. So make sure I get this right. So the average price of the house is $825,000, which is probably 2x of the current average price in Fay, right?
So
Give or
based on
take.
information we got from the developer prior to the P&Z meeting.
I'm quoting what he said.
Yeah, we used 650 in the
I got it.
calculation.
I'm quoting him. So you're saying 825?
Yeah, we looked at all of our sales in the last year and a half, and looking at those sales and escalating that, giving some appreciation in the next 2 years when these homes are finished, that's the number we came to.
Okay, so it's
825. So
way
right now,
above.
we're at about 650 to,
So it's way above the average in Fay,
yes.
right? Okay. The second thing, this is entitled, correct? This probably is entitled.
It is entitled for industrial
it's
development. Somebody could come in tomorrow with a site plan and.
I get it, but it's
they'll be
still,
allowed to do industrial development.
but basically entitled. So if I understand correctly, industrial parks create 3 times the traffic of a residential area, correct? Or 2.5 to 3 times the traffic. With
Depending on
heavy
what
trucks.
comes in there, yeah.
With heavy trucks. Right now, it's entitled for this, a really bad idea. And if you go back to that picture of a 5-story building overlooking Monterra, right? It's not like this agriculture anymore. This is a lawsuit we had to settle, and we're kind of somewhat stuck with this right now, right? So we can either, if it fails tonight, it's zoned for industrial. We can get trucks coming in and out of 3549, which will destroy that road much faster than the cars will. The impact on the school district is probably 154 students over 4 years, which is nothing for Rockwall ISD, right? There's other developments in Rockwall that are going to cause the issue, not Fate. We're not the driver of Rockwall ISD, students, it's City of Rockwall, right? So I want to make sure that's straight, make sure you understand that. If it fails tonight, do you have any plan to come back with, a lot lower? The density right now is 3 houses, basically 3.2 to 1, which is a lot less density than most of Fate, right? Wood Creek, Waynesburg, Avondale, Edgewater are a lot more dense
Yeah,
than
we're
this.
seeing usually the 5 to 6 units per acre in some of the Wood Creek
Right.
and Williamsburg.
Right, so go ahead. So right now, you had a picture saying, look, have an industrial park overlook those houses, probably not the best idea in the whole wide world.
right.
Okay. And Matt, I think you said 4 years now, we can't find anybody to come here. So no matter what, the question I think tonight is really, do we have less intensity uses of it? It's not agriculture, so it's not up to us anymore. We have to get another proposal from you guys, or we can end an industrial park there, which may or not be a good idea. The residents who live right next to it.
Right. Based on what we're having to pay for the land, which is essentially industrial prices because of our landowners
I get it.
taking to us price, this is about as low density as we can get at this point.
That's what I'm saying,
And
right?
the benefit is, it was mentioned earlier, the sewer is there. We built a sewer, lift station, so
So-
there's capacity only for this number of units,
That's okay.
and that's why it works.
And then what is north, where's the ETJ going north?
It's a mix, of course, just north of here, well, you can see on the image, on the right side here, the light green indicates ETJ property. That's about 58 acres surrounding the castle.
Okay, so just right there, so that's an ETJ, right?
Yes,
Okay, so this development abuts the ETJ.
almost, yeah. I mean,
Well, close enough,
The
right.
blue property's just north of that little strip is in the city. Right above that is about 58 acres of ETJ.
I'm not going to. I'm not. Everybody understands.
Very
Some people
close to the
understand.
ETJ, yes.
Yes, I'm gonna stop there, thank you. All right, so my opinion is, I prefer to have, low-density homes, maybe we get below 177, but I think you need to commit to 177 and pass, and not 216. You gotta come down to the number that's presented to us, right? So the residents across the street in Rockwall, right? What did they submit coming back? Did they send a letter back in saying they approve or deny it, or they support it or not?
I don't have the entire list of letters in front of me, but most of the letters that we received, if not all of them, were from Monterra, the
So-
residential development.
So,
I didn't recognize anything along Stodghill or
did they go back to your number? Then I'm confused, just real quickly.
the public notice numbers.
Yeah. So you say you sent 29 out, including
We sent 29 out,
including Rockwall?
including those 7 properties on the
Okay.
west side of 3549.
Okay, and go back to 12, and you said they did not respond, so how did we get 28 responses out of that?
Because a number of those letters were from
were from-
outside of
okay.
the notice area.
So how many were from the notice area itself?
I didn't
you don't
calculate
know,
that,
okay.
because they were in support of it. If they had been in opposition, then we would have had to evaluate whether it was a protest petition. But in this case, since they were in support of it, the calculation wasn't made.
So the protest petition would apply to Rockwall?
It would not.
It would not, they're outside our city
Right.
limits, right?
Right.
Okay, I got it, all right. I think that's all my questions. And just wanted to, I think, Alan, you got my PID question, right? The PID or the PD would just roll over, right? So
The PID, yes.
is there gonna be a PID there? I'm assuming yes, right?
Yeah, there's already a PID there. It would just be as. it
Just
might
be a residential
indicated.
PID,
It'd
which
be
is,
recalculated.
so what's a residential PID right now? Yep.
Do you remember what your tax
75?
equivalent is for, who knows, who's got their tax bill in there?
Is it 70, the PID,
The PID equivalent,
75 cents?
Raju, do you remember what the PID
In
equivalent?
Monterra?
No, it's less than that.
No, it's 66 or something, 67.
The
yeah.
average PID 62, 66,
But
little-
what's the industrial PID currently at?
Okay.
it's not turned on.
not set?
Yeah, there's nothing turned on the west side.
And then we did not do a maintenance PID on the industrial, correct?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, all right, thank you, appreciate it. All right, next on the list is the public hearing. I'd like to, we're going to start the 7:04. People who would like to speak for or against it, please come up. Vicki, do you have a list by chance?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Did you say the time is 7:04?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please come to the mic.
Okay. All right, first person is Abina Foley. I believe I said that right. Address 1918 Holly Oak Way.
Hi, welcome, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abna Foley, resident of Monterra at 1918 Holyoke Way. City Council and P&Z Board. City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of the single-family development at Stodghill 54 tract and its rezoning from industrial to residential. When we moved from St. Paul in Collin County to Rockwall County 2023, 5 main things influenced our decision on where we will call home. They were school zoning to A-rated schools, a semi-rural and rural setting like what we had in St. Paul, away from the hustle and bustle of industrial and downtown complexes, smaller sized community in a master plan friendly neighborhood, safety and low crime to raise a family, a place to establish long-term roots. We extensively researched this, and the Northwest VIII and the Monterra community checked all our boxes. When Jackson recently highlighted the scope of the industrial complex that will be built behind the Greenbelt, a short distance from our home, this immediately concerned us. Our home on Holyoke Way is zoned into Celia Hayes Elementary Schools, as are the homes north of Cartona Road. The homes in Phase 2 of the Monterra development will also be zoned to Celia Hayes Elementary School. This means an estimated 400 homes in the Monterra community will be zoned to Celia Hayes. Currently, the fastest and main way to get to Celia Hayes is via Stodghill Road. With the current zoning for industrial and the road being a two-way road, traffic will increase beyond the additional traffic from Phase 2 homes and if we had residential homes. Non-commercial vehicles will be competing with trucks and industrial-sized vehicles on this road to get the kids to school safely. This is also a safety issue for Monterra and the homes around the proposed new development. Currently, the commute takes about 10 to 12 minutes to get to school. This time could further increase to 20 minutes with all the traffic we're going to have from the industrial complex. And on days when there's an accident or blockage from the tracks, it can make the commute even longer. This year, Rockwell ISD moved the time elementary kids had to be in school earlier by 15 minutes, and as you're aware, there was a lot of uproar from parents who had to now wake up very early to take their kids to school. With a longer commute time, both parents and kids will need to factor in additional commute time, which will be an unwanted inconvenience for us. The current future land use plan has industrial and commercial plans for the I-30 corridor away from urban, semi-rural, and rural developments. Naturally, this would be a much better place for any plans for industrial. The close accessibility of the industrial buildings to Monterra homes via the bridge, which will give easy access for anyone in the industrial complex to our homes, poses a safety risk and potential crime increase in the Monterra neighborhood. Workers of the industrial complex may have little to no ties to the community. We will have people walking in and out of the community via the walking bridge without knowing who they are when they are coming to our neighborhood or to the area. We don't feel safe knowing this. We will constantly be on edge about safety and crime. Families will feel unsafe having their kids and animals out to play. Once again, we reiterate our support for the single-family development of the Stodghill 54 tract that Wynn Jackson has proposed, and for the rezoning of that tract from industrial to residential. Having a single-family residential neighborhood will assuage our concerns and continue to give us comfort about our decision to
Hey, ma'am, can you wrap?
Faith. I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Knowing that Faith brought us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it. Next, please.
Okay. Next is Michael Kuhn, address 1919 Holyoke Way.
Good
Welcome,
evening.
thank you, appreciate it.
Mike Kuhn, 1919 Holyoke Way. Keep it short and sweet, but in support of this, I would be particularly concerned about the bridge, as Avana mentioned. And I think just as a society, we've chronically underinvested in single-family homes for the last decade, and we need to think about future generations as well, and build additional single-family homes. So, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, appreciate it. Next,
Okay.
please.
Next
Hey,
is Ron Jamie Morvet, address 1412. I'm not sure, I can't read that exactly. Cartona, okay, perfect, Cartona.
hey, just a second real quick, if you don't mind. Vicky, are we gonna reset the timer each time, or what are we gonna do?
That works through the IT services.
All right, Vicky, do you wanna set a timer for three?
Okay, I will have Stephen assist, my assistant to the left,
All right, and
will
then-
run the timer.
And then you do me a favor, because we're giving like extra 30 seconds, so when
Okay.
we get to
Do
3:30.
3:30
Yeah.
consecutively for this,
Yeah.
okay.
And for everybody else, that way they can have the same amount of time.
Okay,
they
so
want.
now we have Ron
Sorry
and
about that.
Jamie Morvet.
We don't wanna, we
Good
wanna make sure you
evening,
get time.
everyone. No, we just want to say thank you for allowing us to have the forum in which to talk about some of our concerns. I submitted some written comments, which I hope you all have reviewed, and I don't want to reiterate what others have brought up, but this is actually our second home that we built in VIII because we love VIII so much. Monterra is a wonderful community, and our property is directly affected. In fact, we were the one house that he showed on the photos on Cartona. And one of the things that really concerns me is not only the property values, that's an obvious, but the safety issue. I love to walk around the trails through the communities in Wood Creek as well as Monterra with our kids. And I don't think I would feel safe if that was an industrial district, industrial buildings, or things like Abina mentioned where we don't know who's there, the truck traffic that's gonna come in, trying to get our kids to Hayes and having to navigate all of that. It just doesn't feel safe to me from, personal safety standpoint. And I think, Fate is a wonderful place to live, and I want more people to come and live in Fate.
Yeah, I wanted to add and point out some obvious things that were spoken. Love the fence thing, the retaining wall. I also love Rockwall can accommodate all the kids. I know that seems like Rockwall's a pretty big district, so we know we can handle another 150 kids, whatever the number was. Forgive me for not remembering, 154. But point is this, that retaining wall is gonna be huge. I'm gonna be staring at a massive wall, and that just is not fair at all. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, which is very, very important, the reconstruction of the routes coming from all the semis were coming down John King. I'm sorry, correction. They were coming down 205. They got rerouted to now they start having to come down in the future for John King. Okay. So we built up John King to do a 2x2 with left and right turns. Can you hear me now? Point is this, all those semis, all those big rigs, all that noise, all that, what's our last neighborhood over there?
Breezy Hill.
Breezy Hill, thank you. Over there in the corner before you head off to Levon is all now going to be rerouted. So now you got all this commercial coming down John King. Now you got commercial coming up through Stodghill. I mean, we're going to turn into a commercial land here, Industrial Parkway. Let's kind of do away with that. Let's keep Fate the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Do me a favor, did you register with Vicky? Do you register both names?
They both did, yes.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you so much, appreciate it. All right, next, please.
Next is Madeline Price, address 1919 Holly Oak Way.
All right, welcome, thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
Madeline Price, 1919 Holly Oak Way. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you guys for your taking your time and dedicating your service to our community. I would also like to extend a special thank you to all of my neighbors for taking the time to fill out these forms and coming here, voicing their opinions. It's truly inspiring to see. I would also like to thank the developer for taking the time to meet with us and go over the specifics of this land development here. So I'm here tonight to express my strong support for both the future land use plan change and the zoning change. Under the current industrial zoning, a developer could construct a large industrial park tomorrow, up to 500,000 square feet and 70 feet tall. These towering structures would loom over the homes at the back of Monterra, creating a significant eyesore for our community and lowering our property values. Moreover, such a development would introduce noise and light pollution and would disrupt the peace and tranquility of our neighborhood. Another concern is the increase in traffic, like everyone's talked about, with the massive tractor trailers that this industrial park would bring. The current industrial zoning is inconsistent with the surrounding land uses, and it is crucial that we change this now to residential zoning to prevent an industrial park from coming in the future. Approving this SLUP amendment and zoning change would ensure that a single-family subdivision is developed in place of the industrial park, preserving the character of our neighborhood and the city of Fate. I would also like to emphasize that this decision makes sound economic sense for the city, since according to the financial analysis conducted by the city staff, it would be more cost beneficial to develop this to single-family instead of letting it go forward industrial. So I think it makes sense for the city to approve this because it is what the neighbors want, and it's also better for the city financially. So I strongly encourage you to vote to approve both of these, and thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you so much, appreciate it. Next, please.
Next is Lauren Megacy, address 111 Mustang Drive.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lauren Megacy, 111 Mustang Drive. I've got a particular interest in this property because, as Mr. Hatley had probably knows, that my name was on that lawsuit back in 2017. It was on this property here. The reason why we went and got into a lawsuit on here was we were trying to protect all that northern part of Fate, trying to keep it larger properties, trying to keep it more rural, rather than having subdivisions being moved north on that. We don't need another set of 190 homes coming into that area. They're talking about, well, we can't find anybody to build on that property for this light industrial. In order for them to do that, it's going to cost them a fortune to develop that land. They're not going to be able to get that built out there. It may take them 15, 20 years. You may not have it developed at all. And the reason why is if you're going to be putting up a 40-foot wall on there, a lot of that area is floodplain. You're going to have to do reclamation. You're going to have to do floodplain studies. You're going to have to do a lot of other things that they're not going to be able to afford to do that in order to make that project viable. I understand the homes that are over in Monterra. The developer set up a Zoom call with them, and you can tell them anything to say that this property is going to look 70 feet tall on a 40-foot wall. This is what it's going to look like. You can show a picture, which they showed. You can sell it any way you want. They're not going to be able to develop that property. It is something that if they could do it, they would have already done it, but they find more homes more valuable to build that property out there. So I'm against this. I think it is bad for the city. You guys open up that pit again. You guys open up that development agreement again. The city always gets the bad end of it. We've seen it on multiple projects where it's happened. So I'm against it, and I hope you guys turn it down.
All right, thank you so much. Next, please, Vicki.
Next, James Goodman III, address 1628 Ravello Road.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is James Goodman III. I live at 1628 Ravello Road in Monterra. In the picture, Ravello Road is forward-facing to the proposed area that's going to be, or that's currently zoned. I should have started saying I'm in support of 5C and 5D. And a bunch of people on my road, we work from home. I work from home. My wife works from home. We have a couple neighbors that work from home. So not only would we be dealing with the eyesore from a general sense of just going about our daily lives every day, working in the office, you know, seeing that enjoyment of life. The reason that my wife and I, we moved from Maryland to Fate specifically is because it was a family-oriented city. I believe that increasing the community with more homes goes along with that purpose. From the year and a half that we've lived in Fate, love everything about it. We've been telling our friends and family about it. And honestly, if I knew that they were going to potentially, and I know the gentleman spoke before about the potential, but as long as we keep the zone as it is, the potential still is there. So I feel like to remove that potential and keep the homeowners and community happy, we should change that zoning purpose. And if we change that, if we don't change it, I mean, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with the Washington, D.C. area. There's a lot of industrial stuff there. I could have just stayed in the Washington, D.C. area instead of moving out here because I really love what they're doing out here in Fate. It's a beautiful community. My daughter's 2 years old. We plan on having more children. In terms of the school district and everything, love the Rockwell ISD, what they have to offer. So I just want to keep that spirit going. I know that the council mentioned earlier about the pricing of the homes. I don't know if anyone knows the community in Monterra. I feel like we mostly are 2+, 2, 3, 4, 5+ households, parents, children in the household. So a community that could potentially be $825,000 average house is a pretty expensive house. I don't think we have to worry about the status or the quality of the community going down at any stretch of the imagination. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next, please.
Next is Rod Brumlow, address 102 Jeremy Drive.
Welcome, Rod. You okay? You sure? Rod, you want to bring the microphone to you? You want us to bring the microphone to you? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll bring it over to you. We can bring it over to you if you need to. Welcome.
Rod Brumlow, 102 Jeremy Drive. I agree with Lauren Megacy, you know, what he's saying. I'm against this. You know, the property's been there, it's been zoned. Seems like in Fate, what we fail to get across is we need industrial, light industrial, retail, such like that. You know, it's zoned for industrial, light industrial, zone it for retail, you know, is an option. But to put more homes in Fate is wrong. You know, it's been screwed up for years, you know, along with apartments, the influx of housing, low density housing. you know, we do not need more housing. You know, what it sounds like to me is there's a scapegoat going to help Monterra out. I couldn't care less about a developer. You know, what's right for fate? We need retail, light industrial in this area. Now, if this doesn't fit, you know, for light industrial, instead of putting a 40-foot wall up, rezone it for retail. It's easy as that. But we do not need more housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, appreciate it. Next, please.
That's all I have for this agenda item.
Okay, perfect. And we have the same amount of people for the next one? Same people signed up?
Mostly, yes, sir.
Okay. I have a question for you in a second. Okay, any more question, discussion by council?
I have another question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So, I still have a
Mayor,
question.
Did you close the public hearing?
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I closed the public hearing at 7:21 by Scott Scotch.
I apologize.
Okay. So this 40-foot wall keeps, I guess I have another question for the developer is, how are you going to avoid a 40-foot wall for a residential community if you need one for a commercial piece of property?
So we can step down the streets and the blocks, so we don't have to have a completely flat site. For an industrial site, they need to be flat if you're building large buildings.
But the ones that back up to that community, they're going to be 40 foot taller than the other ones behind it?
No, we won't have a 40-foot wall.
And what is your plans for the floodplain that's in there, adding to that?
Floodplain will remain the same.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Why not larger lots? Half acre?
It's not economically viable for us to do that.
How, I mean, is it, I mean, I
Because
guess
the land cost
land cost,
is extremely high. Yeah.
but the larger homes on half acre wouldn't draw a higher sale price?
Well, it would, but the lot price is gonna be, I mean, those lots would be potentially several $100,000 just for the lot alone.
And how much of the lot's gonna be under the current proposal? Just the lot prices?
Less than half of that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, real quick, you haven't been able to develop it in 4 years for industrial. Any forecast that could change?
So we don't currently own the land?
Yeah.
The current landowner is the one that is not able to sell the land for 4 years for industrial use.
So probably, if we were to ask an expert, probably, there's not a line of people that are lined up to go put light industrial there.
Probably not, just given the distance from the interstate.
So it could stay vacant for years until somebody decides to do something different with it.
It could be self-storage, that's another option that's allowed under the current zoning.
Yep.
I had a self-storage expert look at it, said, they said it's not viable.
Yep.
For self-storage, but that's not a great neighbor either. But it could be.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey,
So Ryan did, one clarification, Ryan did mention that, remember we had those one guys, the one group, that they wanted to put 100,000, this is back during the pandemic when you saw a bunch of spec stuff going on?
2022, a group out of Canada came down, I think we met with them remotely or something.
No, yeah,
And they showed a concept that basically had 2 large buildings in the front facing Stodghill and 2 giant buildings kind of perpendicular to Stodghill, each of those being, 150 or something thousand square feet. They were
So
humongous.
So we met with them, and we didn't think it was viable at the time, so we also had our economic development person say, but we weren't really comfortable with let's just build spec, 100. I'm glad we didn't, because that would have been, it could have still been sitting there vacant. But we weren't comfortable with the size of the buildings, the configuration of them, and we wanted to see if we can get some of our local businesses on I-30 into, perhaps into some smaller space, because we had folks on I-30 that were wanting to expand, but there was nowhere to go. So we actually talked to Mabry about that and kind of warned him off of doing that. And he said, well, if so the city's not really interested in that, then we'll tell them we're not interested. But that could have been an industrial park. I mean, they would have had to come back and submit a site plan amendment, but it's got zoning and it's got a PID. So I know we've said, hey, it could never happen, but if they had pushed it and then we'd approved it, it could be an industrial site, so just want to let you know.
So Ryan, this is, I'm back to this question, this is entitled, right? So
Yes,
we
sir.
do, so it takes the landowner's permission to rezone it?
Yes,
Ma'am? Okay, so no matter what we want, the landowner would have to agree to it,
he has a legal right to develop it as light industrial or
because it's
medium
zoned
industrial right now.
right now, and so we can't go back and, it's not agriculture, it's entitled because of the lawsuit, basically. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Any more comments?
Yeah,
Lance?
are we,
Hey, second,
oh,
Lance?
go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Jackson, can I ask you a question? Along that creek, you're going to have to put up some kind of retaining wall, right? Is that?
Can I have our engineer step up and
Absolutely.
answer any technical
Yeah,
questions?
absolutely.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of retaining walls going up in the developments around the area and along that creek. The question, so how big do you think that wall would be?
Anthony Leffel, Kimley Horn, 400 North Oklahoma Drive, Salina, Texas, 75009. Probably around 8 foot, but similar to what Monterra is doing on the side, and then we would slope, because the roads proposed are perpendicular to the topography, you're able to slope those roads, and all you would have in that point would be small side yard walls.
Okay.
Every so often. And then the top part is actually flatter. So really the only walls that are significant in this particular development would be on the backside adjacent to the floodplain.
So-
And that's purely to minimize the work within the floodplain.
Okay, so does that bring up any concern for you with the 40-foot slope from 3549 down to the back during heavy rainstorms? How did you handle with the water runoff?
So what we would do is we would flatten out the lower end and then steepen up the roads as we get up towards the middle portion and then flatten them out again, more of a plateau type effect.
Yep.
And so that way the water would be able to slow down before the intersection. There is a requirement in every intersection that you have inlets at each intersection. So therefore we would have inlets at each intersection and also inlets along the low end, along the north-south road there.
Yeah, because so in December when we had huge rains coming through there, right? That was a big problem in Monterra, everybody's trash can. I mean, I feel sorry for the people at the end of Cartona who got all the mud and all the trash cans piled up back in that cul-de-sac. So the question comes in is back on the backside, how do you handle it? And the other thing about the retaining wall, who is actually doing the construction inspections after they're done? Because I know the city looks at the engineering stamps and say, okay, as long as they're built to that, we don't inspect it. Who does the inspection of these guys that actually do the construction? Because I've seen a lot of the retaining walls around that area have problems, right? And whether people know it or not, the predominant property on those retaining walls is responsible to make sure those walls are maintained, right? So everybody in all over, doesn't matter if it's Monterra, whether it's in the Wood Creek developments, you're all responsible for the retaining walls if you're on top of the retaining wall. So the question is who does the inspection, the engineering stamp that goes on it, and if there's problems with it, how does a homeowner have remedy to go back against that engineering stamp?
Sure. Christopher Jackson, 600 North Pearl, Suite 2350, Dallas, Texas, 75201. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good to see you again. To answer that question, there's a third-party inspection who also designs the retaining walls. That's how you typically do that. We work with the builders. Out there in particular, we've had one bad rock that's been part of these walls. It was exposed to air over about 2 years. One particular rock will start to have problems. The retaining wall contractor is fixing all those. His rock supplier is paying for it. So it's the rock supplier's fault, and we're fixing all of it. And as far as down the road, it really goes back to the home builder. Once you get 2 and 3 years out. So I hope that answers your question. These walls are all engineered, all designed, all inspected by third party.
And they're certified as being built I've looked at the engineering diagrams on a lot of these walls and based on the height and what kind of footers you have and what kind of, they are certified when they actually get built.
We get a letter from the engineer who designed the plan saying walls are built according to spec, and he stamps it.
So that's his stamps?
Yeah,
And
his stamp, yeah.
his professional liability on those stamps?
We got a stamp on a letter, that's super important to us, like it is for everyone else.
Okay.
And on some of the drainage questions, while the property's under development, standard construction practice is that they put inlet filters on, so what happens is, you block the toilet, all the water that's supposed to go in there, it doesn't have any place to go. So we've encouraged our builders, if there's rain scheduled, pull your filters, that's what you're supposed to do. It hasn't been happening, some of that out there. We've also, on our own accord, switched out some of the filters to a different filter that'll work better, and we're hoping the construction, we get done and pull all the filters.
Okay, so one last question in regards to rain in this new development. There's no detention ponds or retention ponds or any of that kind of stuff. It's just going to flow into the creek, right?
With the Monterra project, we did a flood study with that. With it being industrial, we use that as its existing development. And the industrial site actually produces more
because of the parking lot.
runoff because of the parking and the concrete. So with this reduction, we would actually be producing less runoff than what was in the actual Monterra development.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Cody.
There was, I think this is for Ryan, there were some comments about safety concerns. Is there already a bridge that connects the land that's zoned for innovation business to Monterra, or is?
No.
Okay.
It's part of the approved concept plan for the industrial development. So if somebody came in and did a site plan and developed that as entitled now, they would be required to build that pedestrian bridge. The idea was that maybe somebody who lives in Monterra could work there. That was brought up when the original entitlement happened.
Gotcha.
4 years ago.
But they would have to put that in themselves,
Yes.
whoever did it. So it's not automatic. That's correct? It is automatic?
It has to happen when and if that property is developed. They're carrying that same feature into this proposed concept as well. So industrial or residential, that pedestrian bridge, it's part of our pedestrian master plan, that connectivity between neighborhoods. So they would be required to build that in either case.
Yeah. I agree with some of the concerns that, Fate has an abundance of homes already, and obviously more people, more traffic. What we don't have is a whole lot of commercial. As a council, are we allowed to change the lot sizes or the number of houses built? I know that we have changed things in the past as far as the number of apartments, so are we able to change that, or is that something that's already set in stone?
So I'll jump in and you can back me up. So this is a bit of a strange case because it's got the lawsuit on it, as Mayor Megacy mentioned and y'all have mentioned. So we have the industrial zoning on it. We could initiate a zoning change. However, generally we don't go backwards. So we don't go from more intense use to less intense use, especially because of the entitlements that have already been put on this. So if let's say the city initiated a zoning change inconsistent with the settlement. So it's not just like we have property that we want to change. We've got this lawsuit settlement. We've got entitled zoning. So it makes it almost, and with the market, it almost makes it impossible to go backwards. So the only thing we could really do, if we don't want industrial, is do something else, and do something that is more intense. So one option for more intense is kind of suburban, very successful Monterra. We work with them on the lot size, or not the lot size. We work with them on the house size. Right. We've got the house size. We've got the performance coming in better than we thought it was. So we think it'll be productive. It's kind of weird that we're promoting a single-family neighborhood, and we've got so many people speaking in favor of it. We're not quite used to that. Usually the staff are like, not again. We're trying to kind of dissuade people from doing single family because it creates all this road commitment.
Right. So, but I didn't hear you say that we couldn't change the amount of homes or the lot size.
So,
You're saying,
yeah, let me be really clear that what is before the council tonight is an agenda item, and right now we're at the FLUP, changing it to suburban neighborhood. And so y'all could not change the lot size to the rural, help me with the word. Yeah, y'all could not do that tonight. That would be That would be a whole new zoning case, and I don't disagree with anything Michael said, but y'all could not do that tonight.
Well, and the difference, Cody, is there was agriculture, so we have more control. This is entitled zoning since 2020, and that's what the landowner has rights to do with their land, right?
And
This
speaking
is not
from,
this is not agriculture where we have more leeway like we do Lafayette Crossing. That's the difference between the two.
and it's also a strange issue because we've got, you know, we're always for the taxpayer, right? We're always looking at this financial analysis. We're like overly concerned sometimes with this, which is good because we don't want to pay taxes, right? We want to pay minimal taxes. We want the city to be successful. So this configuration, if we're not going to, I guess my message is, if we're not going to do something like this, then what would we do that would be more intensive, that would be higher productivity to make sure that it's contributing to the tax base in a greater amount? So maybe think about that, because that's kind of where we'd have to go next.
And germane to this conversation, and Jennifer, please correct me if I'm wrong. In the 2023 legislative year, there was a law passed that basically said if you change the zoning causing a use to no longer be permitted, maybe that's an existing use on the property, then there might be financial damages related to that as well. You reduce the financial productivity and the market value of that property with that down zoning. I can't cite the law, but there was a case
I
like
would
that.
need to look that up. And I think, just to point out, I believe the applicant's already pointed out, the applicant was not a party to the lawsuit that we keep referring to, just to be really clear.
They actually rescued us from the lawsuit, yeah, honestly, when they bought the perp. Okay, any more questions? All right, if not, I think, no, he's good.
I just still struggle with, you know, trying to get a lower density product, but also not doing anything. Something could happen tomorrow that would severely impact the community over there. So that's the conundrum for me.
Get it. All right, any more discussion? If not, we'll take a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we pass FLUP-24-001.
I have a motion by Councilman Megacy. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Councilman Robbins. Any more discussion?
I just got one comment, and this is where I'm struggling with this deal a little bit to try and get to a yes. First off, to all the homeowners that came out and spoke, I appreciate your comments greatly, and it's just weighing on me right now because, quite honestly, what we were stuck with on this deal, and I wasn't on council at the time, I was on another committee that looked at it, is the industrial area is just not ideal for the city. But when we've got a landowner that's trying to sell land at a higher rate than probably is appropriate in the market, there's a whole lot of things that the people have to come to grips with what's going to be on this property. There's not I don't see where there's a viable market for an industrial park coming off onto the two-lane road, but that's what we've got now. Putting 190, in my mind, what I'm struggling with is putting 190 homes on 50 acres right there opens up the rest of 3549 to the potential folks wanting to develop that same type deal. And with the way the comp plan is designed, it's designed to push all our more intense uses closer to 66, closer to 30, to where traffic can flow better, and to attempt to keep our outer parts of our community more rural, less traffic, and not force us to have to invest in extra infrastructure out in those more rural parts of the town. So I feel for the developer on this because I do like the proposal. I do think it's significantly better than what's there now. But just because it's significantly better doesn't mean I necessarily think it's right for the way the town's trying to be built out. And sometimes we have to sit up here and make decisions not with what could be there today. We've got to look at 10, 15, 20 years down the road and what's best for our community. So that's what I'm struggling with, and that's probably why I'm going to be voting against this, not because I want an industrial park there, but because I don't think it's in line with our concept plan.
All right,
So,
Mark?
I do have one more comment then, in regards, sorry, Mayor, but in regards to what Mr. Kelly just said, if you take CD Boren all the way back through Mud 8 and pushed out to 3549, like is in the plan to do, this property is not that far north of that entrance and exit, right? And you could be building homes all along there, along the Stodghill property, and it'll all fold in. So I think it does fit with the way it is, because it's not that far north. It's south of Canyon Creek, and, you know, I can't remember, but they're certainly north of where this is. I don't think it's an outlier. I would sooner see us have residential in there than heavy industrial, for sure.
All right, any more comments? If not, please vote. Motion passes, motion fails 4-3 with, fails, right? So with Councilman Chin, Councilman Harper, Hatley, and Scott Kelly voting no. All right, next, please.
Next is agenda item 5D. This is an application for a zoning change request from Planned Development Monterra Industrial Park to a Planned Development Stodghill 54 for a new single-family subdivision, case ZR 24-010. First is staff summary, which he already gave. Second is applicant presentation. Third, public hearing. And fourth, consider action on case ZR 24-010.
Anything to say?
So just a quick, based on the vote on the previous item, a vote for the zoning would have to be generally in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Having not changed the future land use plan from business and industrial to business innovation to suburban neighborhood, the proposed PD is not compatible with the business and industrial plan district. Just want to make sure that was clear as you go into this particular item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jennifer, so applicant have anything to add?
No, this is not.
Okay, appreciate that. So we had to open the public hearing, right? Correct?
Yes, sir, you do have to have this public hearing, and if anybody would like to speak,
I get it.
understanding that they get the opportunity to do
Right.
so.
All right, open the public hearing at 7:42. Anyone wishes to speak again, for or against? Vicki, you want to?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. Just
Okay.
pick over.
I'll just read out aloud the people that signed up to speak initially.
Yeah,
If they
just-
don't want to, then they don't have to.
All right, then, ma'am. Okay, go ahead then, and then we'll pick up the rest we haven't
Okay.
spoken.
Abina Foley, did you have any other comments? She left. Okay, great. Michael Kuhn didn't want to speak. Ron or Jamie Morvet, did you have any other comments? No. Okay. Madeline Price? Okay, go ahead. Madeline Price, address 1919 Holly Oak Way.
Hello. I just wanted to remind everyone real quick that Trump did win the election, and he is pushing really hard to bring manufacturing back to the United States. So it is very realistic that this could begin to be an industrial park at some point in the next 4 years. Just because it wasn't industrial the last 4 years doesn't mean that it's not going to be industrial the next 4 years. And I really hope that you guys can consider that. Hopefully the applicant comes back at another time and can present a similar or maybe modified case that would win you guys over. But as someone who lives in Monterra, I really hope that you consider approving this next time, because I really think that there's a strong possibility it could be industrial at some point, and we're all going to be very unhappy with that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, Vicki, can we start the clock, please, on the 3 minutes? Thank you.
Yes. Next is Lauren Megacy. Did you want to speak again? Nope. Okay. James Goodman III. Nope. Rod Brumlow. Okay. Rod Brumlow, address 102 Jeremy Drive.
You sure you're okay over there? I want to make it, okay, tell one. I am old, actually. Unlike most of the council members.
Rod Brumlow, 102 Jeremy Drive. You know, one thing I was going to mention, and I want to add, we've got a new economic development department. You know, give him time to generate. Let's see what he can bring in. You know, I'm all for retail, but the big question is, when has a developer brought anything retail or light industrial into Fate? You know, they want homes. They want homes. It's already zoned for this. If we're going to rezone it, do it retail, give our new guy a chance to see if he can't bring something in and make it beneficial for Fate. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next, please.
Those are all of the forms that I have currently.
Okay. I got it. Ma'am, do you want to speak? You can ask a question, but we generally cannot answer them unless it's a factual response. So, but you're more than welcome to speak. Just. Vicki, can we do that? Hey, a second. Should we have a microphone for her? Yeah.
My name is Terry Surface. My husband and I have lived at 27 North Stodghill Road for 42 years. We are next door neighbors to this property. We have 12 acres, cattle. Yeah. Are you saying I'm short?
No. Just kidding. Believe it or not.
He'll apologize later too, don't worry. All right.
Okay, sorry.
I took our time.
So this has been an ongoing source of turmoil for several years, since the Wrights property was purchased. Our property is kind of in the floodplain, and so my biggest concern, and I would just like everybody to be aware of, is no matter what's done on this 54 acres next door to us, the concern for us is, well, there's three big concerns. The floodplain, like what's going to happen when they build retaining walls and that kind of thing, is it going to do? Because when it rains really heavy right now, we have kind of a little river goes down through our property to that creek. And so I have questions about that. We just have a barbed wire fence for our cattle, and so having 190 homes next door to us is a little nerve-wracking when you have cattle on the property. And then also, I remember when they first proposed the industrial, that they said they would put a tree barrier between that and our property, all along that, because we have a long, narrow piece of property. So those are three concerns I would appreciate if whoever's involved in this and makes those decisions would take into consideration.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that, ma'am. Anybody else want to speak? Ma'am? Vicki, do you have her name?
I'll get a form.
And I'm the next person too, by the way.
Cynthia Ferris, 106 Gaines Court. I just want to take a minute and express my disappointment in this vote. We've had a lot of issues recently, a lot of stuff about apartments, looking into people's backyards. It sounds like we have an option to avoid that. We have residents that want to avoid that, and apparently we've learned nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anybody else, Vicki? Anybody else like to speak? Hello, Stephanie. Vicki, you got that?
Yes, sir. I'm Stephanie Adams. I live at 566 McKinney Trail. I just came to speak about a few things. I mean, I appreciate that the council recognizes that industrial use may not be the best use for this property, but also that it is a challenge based off of the current plan that exists. I want to address a couple of things. First off, Councilmember Chin brought up a good point. School district is important because if it's projected to have 157 students, it's not just 157 students feeding into Hayes Elementary. Nelson Lakes is also being developed on the Rockwall ISD side right across the street from Hayes Elementary, as well as the Joyce property, which is, I think it's off of Cornelius or Clem. So both of those would feed into Hayes Elementary as it stands right now. So that is something that has to be taken into consideration. And while I understand some of the challenges, I mean, that brings up a good point. The other thing is I did see the pictures recently of all the mud that occurred when it recently rained, and a lot of those lots are tapered lots already. So I think there needs to be some real significant consideration as to what's going to happen and what can be done with the drainage issue there. So I was just going to share those few thoughts. I appreciate y'all recognizing that industrial use isn't the best use, but looking at other options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody else? Yes, please. I'm sorry. I thought I said I nod, but no, it wasn't obvious enough to come up.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Daniel Tovar, 1507 Sorrento Way. So I have two girls. I have my wife. You know, we moved to Fate because we wanted to be more around the community, right? We come from Sunnyvale. We had land. We wanted to get off the island and come onto the mainland and be around others. One thing I can't envision or don't want to envision is continue to have days where we're driving down the road and we have 18-wheelers next to us, right? I mean, we want to be able to be in an area where it's just family, not necessarily so much business. The same thing walking on the trail. We don't want to necessarily have to hear the big trucks on the other side. You know, I mean, we already have concerns with it being dark, which is a whole different thing, but we also want to kind of live in peace, right? We moved here for a purpose, and like you guys say, fate brought us here, right? So we don't necessarily want to live in an area where it's more industrial. Can industrial be somewhere else? Yes. Do I know everything about Fate and where industrial can work better or not? Not necessarily. But for here, we want to make sure that our children are safe, that we can go out, we can enjoy ourselves, and not necessarily be burdened by any kind of noise from anything that's industrial, because it's not there now. But that's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Vicki, do you have his name and paper? Vicki.
We're going to get him to fill out a form.
Okay. Okay, anybody, I'm almost scared to ask, though, come on. We should go one by one down the road. Name and address, please. And thank you for, oh,
Scott Austin at 1635 Ravello Road. Our property backs up directly to this floodplain where this proposed area would be. The picture that showed with the potential development overlooking Monterra was taken right behind our house. We moved to Fate 6 months ago with the idea of a quieter, safer life. We moved here from Garland, very industrial city. When choosing Monterra, the idea of having a nice floodplain and woods behind us, a nice peaceful place to come home to after working in Dallas and dealing with DFW traffic was extremely appealing. So the idea of having more traffic, more buildings out here in Fate is not something that we're looking forward to, or even the idea, but I know that there's been no interest, but that doesn't mean that something would never come along. I'd like to echo some of the other comments. I'm just extremely disappointed that you guys would even want to leave this shown the way it is currently.
all right, thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak for or against? Come up, sir. Thank you for, I guess, doing this again. And Vic, okay, just a second, real quick, if you don't mind. Sure. I will make sure she gets caught up real quick, if you don't mind. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, Vicki, we good to go?
Yes, Mayor, you can go ahead and start.
All right, go ahead, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joseph Fuentes. Oh, excuse me. Can you hear me? My name is Joseph Fuentes. I live right on Monterra Road, not exactly in the notification center, but probably 2 houses away. And my backyard faces directly that same area. And just to kind of mimic a lot of concerns that have already been brought up, I'm coming from Plano. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of stores, a lot of everything going there. It's a very busy place. And that's kind of the biggest attraction that brought me out here, is we just wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere more rural, somewhere more open, which is one of the things that led us to buy a house here, just because it met all of those criteria. And just to think of having some industrial thing right practically in my backyard just isn't something that looks any appealing. And had I known that coming forward, I probably wouldn't have moved out here in the first place, just to be honest with you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Vicki, do you have his name?
Yes, Joseph Fuentes, but we're going to get him to fill out a form as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Should I ask, anybody else want to speak for or against? Going once, going twice. All right, public hearing is closing at 7:55. Take a motion, please. Somebody has to make one to deny it, so.
I'll make a motion that we deny ZR 24010.
Have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
All right, please vote. Yes, usually don't have it. Wait, did you do it wrong? Can you change it on there? All right, let's sort this out. So there's going to be, okay, let's do this. Alan, you voted no.
Yeah, correct. I voted no to deny.
I just wanted to verify that. Lance, you voted no. Cody, you want to vote yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I voted yes, maybe because, must have a choice. So the motion passes 5-2. When Vicky gets this, 5-2, with Councilman Robbins, Councilman Magacy voting no. And then Councilman Kelly, Chen, me, Mark Harper, and Mark Kelly all voting yes. So does you have that?
I have that for the record.
Okay, for the record, and the public is 5-2. Thank you, Cody, for catching that. Thank you. I did look at that all right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next, please.
Next is agenda item 5E. This is a request for consideration of amendments to VIII Unified Development Ordinance Article 8 signage. And there will be staff summary followed by public hearing, and then consider and take action regarding ordinance number O-2025-003.
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Council. So this is a city-initiated proposed amendment to Article 8 of the VIII Unified Development Ordinance. We're tracking this with project number ZR 24012. So this is a minor...
Hey, Ryan, just real quickly. Stephanie, can you do me a favor and close the back door real quick, please, if you don't mind? Thank you. I'm sorry, Ryan.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, the audio.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
So this is a minor amendment to VIII Unified Development Ordinance Article 8, which is the signage code, to regulate placement of temporary signage in the city of VIII. This came about because there were some complaints on the placement of electioneering signage at City Hall, and we wanted to take a look at our overall regulations for temporary placement of temporary signs. So the city is allowed by state law to regulate time, place, and manner of temporary and permanent signs. This proposed amendment would only regulate temporary signs. It does not have any impact on the placement of permanent signs, which are already regulated in the Unified Development Ordinance. One important clarification to this is that in a general sense, we cannot specify that a regulation only applies to a certain kind of temporary sign. So if somebody wants to say only political signs, only business signs, only blue signs are regulated by this type of regulation, we can't do that. It's a freedom of speech issue. So when we wanted to address the impact, the visual impact that these large political signs were having at the intersection of the driveway at City Hall and CD Boren, we generally had to kind of encompass all temporary signs of a similar size and nature throughout the city. And that's what we did with this proposal. So Article 8 signs was last updated July 1st, 2024. The proposed amendment only affects 2 subsections of this. Otherwise, the entire article remains unaffected. Section 8.1.6, subsection J, clarifies that temporary political signs are subject to location regulations for temporary signs. It's just an amendment to existing language. The previous state law reference that was in the sign code is non-existent anymore. It referenced a code section that was at some point removed from state law, so that just had to be cleaned up. Kind of the more impactful area that's being proposed for amendment is section 8.3.1, which is an additional regulation that states that temporary signs greater than 24 inches in height may not be installed closer than 10 feet from the inside edge of a sidewalk or the edge of a street, or 30 feet from an intersection. All temporary signs of all sizes must be set back at least 6 feet from the same. And so essentially, these signs cannot obstruct the vision of traffic on, exiting, or entering a roadway. And so essentially, the idea behind this entire thing is to open up the availability of the view shed from the place of a stopped or moving vehicle so that the signs don't impede the view of a street or a sidewalk adjacent. So I did these are very rough visual representations. These are not scientific whatsoever. But I wanted to give you a sense of what we're trying to accomplish here. So say on the left side, here's where you could presumably put a electioneering sign or a business sign, anything of that nature. I just used vote as an example. Up against the edge of the sidewalk, it's set 20 feet back from the edge, from the corner of the curb. And as you can see, this is me parked in my vehicle at the intersection of right here at City Hall. And so you can't see portions of the sidewalk, you can't see oncoming traffic moving eastbound on CD Boren. Moving the sign back 10 feet, it still allows the sign to be placed on the property. It doesn't change the nature of the sign. It simply requires it to be set back 10 feet. That allows a greater view of the sidewalk and the oncoming traffic. Looking the other direction, again, same location at the driveway of City Hall. On the left side is where you could presumably put a electioneering or other large sign right now. On the right is if you moved it back 10 feet. The trees are about 10 feet set back, so that's about equivalent to where that sign is placed. You can see the greater view of the sidewalk, again, being right down the street from the middle school. We did have concerns expressed to us that all the kids walking along the street were being blocked by the signs. So, of course, the proposed amendment would not just apply to City Hall. As proposed, it's intended to apply citywide because all intersections are of a similar nature. So we thought it would be important to basically mitigate this concern across the city. So these are just some visual effect approximations for your benefit. So the Unified Development Ordinance does not require us to take this amendment to Planning and Zoning Commission, so this is coming straight to you with staff's recommendation. We did publish this proposed amendment in the newspaper. We did not receive any written or verbal or any kind of comments directed to our department as of this afternoon. So there's no for and no against. Staff's recommendation for this proposed amendment is to approve as presented. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Yeah, I'm going to start if you don't mind.
Sorry?
I'm going to start if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
So here's where I fall off the wagon. There's other cities in North Texas and Rockwall County passed an ordinance saying that we can restrict specifically political signs, right, for a period of, they say 2 weeks, right, during early voting and election day, either May or November. What we're saying is they're wrong. That we're saying they're wrong, and we're going to pass the ordinance because we think they're wrong because they violate their citizens' First Amendment rights. Do I have that correct?
So when we did our UDO update in 2022 following our comprehensive plan, we had a nationally recognized sign code attorney working with us. And the information that he gave me directly was that you cannot regulate signs based on the content of the sign. Whether I'm just using that as the example in the direction that I have. Okay. Now, our city attorney might be able to give some more clarification on that, but that's what led to the proposal here. If it's an election sign or a business sign, it's still going to block the sidewalk. It's still going to block.
I get it. I'm just saying the inconsistency between the attorneys or the experts, however you want to phrase it, in this county are different, right? They're different in North Texas. Nobody's sued anybody yet, so I guess we don't have no case law on that unless Jennifer has case law on this. But I just want to make sure that, because I struggle with blocking temporary sign for businesses. The issue we're trying to address is political only. We don't have temporary sign around this city, I don't think, business that block the safety triangle as much as we have the political signs that do that, right? So we're aiming for political signs, but we're going to impact our small business owners because we're trying to do a subsection, and there seemed to be a disagreement between the experts in the legal area, legal teams around North Texas. So that's my concern.
And so you could say that the proposal is a more conservative take on that, but I'd be happy to defer to Jennifer to give some guidance on that.
I know we talked about it this morning too, but yeah.
So What I will say is that in general, the Supreme Court has said, the U.S. Supreme Court has said that if you have to read the sign, it's subject to strict scrutiny, which doesn't mean you cannot do it, it's just subject to strict scrutiny. If council were so inclined and wanted to just focus on signs on City Hall property, I believe that Ryan and I could work together to accomplish that if that was council's desire. That's not what's posted on your agenda, so we would have to come back at a future council meeting, but I think that is a possibility.
Okay, let's go through council comments. Alan, you can start us off, then we'll just go one by one.
First one's pretty easy. 24 inches, is that from ground height up, or is that the
Yes.
actual, because like the smaller political signs have
like real estate or stomp signs, you call them?
Yeah, stomp signs, they have the wire thing. Does that count as part of the height?
Basically, the top of the sign
Okay.
from the ground, 24 inches.
And
I guess that there could be some clarifying language in that, but
and
yes.
The only thing that we're changing in the ordinance is making sure that they are brought back away from lines of sight, correct?
Right,
We're
there's
not-
no prohibition or any other changes
So
required
that's-
other than where in the ground that they are
And
located.
so that wouldn't necessarily affect small businesses or political, because we're not saying no.
It
other
can
than-
affect small business owners if
Well-
they just do it wrong. We asked staff, right? Larry?
Well, I guess if there's, if one of our small businesses puts a sign that blocks the view of a sidewalk or
Yeah,
traffic.
I get it, but I'm just saying, the role of the council, we asked them to come back for political signs. That's what we asked for. Then we had that conversation
no,
around.
yeah,
this is my concern of weeks that came out with a broader proposal, so we can agree to disagree.
So I was just saying that it just prevents blocking and safety things is all we're going for, not content or.
I fully agree with you. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that the county put a thing where you can only have one sign in
And
front
they
of the
blocked
library.
where. You couldn't do the site sign, but they did that by limiting the number of signs. We don't limit the number of signs. We do it
Right,
different.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Alan, any more you got?
No, I was just clarifying that we're not saying you can't put signs up,
I
it's
get it.
just the
Yeah,
where.
I agree. Mark, anything?
I'm a little concerned about there's a limit of 2 in permits. I don't like the government's may I, and a limit of 2 signs. I mean, if they're all behind a certain, a certain point away from the sidewalk and they're clear, I mean, why should there be a limit?
Councilmember Hatley, that actually is existing regulation. That is not being affected by this. That was adopted by council in January of 2023.
So right now at City Hall, you can't put any more than 2 signs
So
out.
in the first section that I quoted, it states that, that political signs, and again, this kind of conflicts with just what we were talking about a little bit, but that political signs are exempt from the permitting side of things, but they're still regulated by location.
Okay, so
So
just
you
by
don't have to
location.
get a permit for an electioneering sign, but you still have to comply with the location requirements if this amendment were adopted.
Okay, but are you limited to 2?
No,
You're not limited to 2 for
No.
political signs, but you're
it's an
limited.
exempt sign otherwise.
Okay. But businesses would be. Now, is the main problem, or we're just around City Hall, or are there other places around that you're having problems? Because I only see the
Sure,
picture
that's
from
what,
City
that's
Hall.
what generated the complaint, that's what
Right.
generated the conversation among council, but again, my reasoning is that if somebody puts a 6-foot sign up against the sidewalk, it's gonna block another
Yeah,
intersection too.
4x4s.
So we're just trying to preempt what could be a problem elsewhere without taking away the ability for people to install signs, subject to our temporary sign rules.
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with making them pull back, especially the 4x4 signs, back where you can actually see around and see
Right.
around corners. But, yeah, anything having to do with limiting, that one kind of bothers me a little bit. And
Yeah, that's something that would have to be brought back. That's not what we're talking about tonight as far as
Okay. Okay. Lance? Sorry.
So how does this affect the homeowner? Are you saying that if this goes in the way that I read it, that somebody who puts a political sign on their property, they have to have it 6 feet back off of the sidewalk?
Yes.
That's what it means. Anybody.
Yeah, so it says
So,
all temporary signs.
all
will
temporary
be set
signs,
back
no
6
matter
feet.
where it is,
If
so-
they are greater than 2 feet, then they would be set back 10 feet.
Right.
So if that particular element of the proposal was troublesome, you could just strike that from an approval if there was an inclination to approve otherwise.
Got it. Lance?
I think this is bad.
Cody? I'm sorry, Jeff.
Go ahead, on the list.
Okay.
I'm with Lance. I think that this is limiting free speech. I mean, they already can't ban the right-of-way political signs. I was up here at the last election a lot because I was running for office, and I got in and out of City Hall just fine. It didn't obstruct my view. I think probably this is just people looking for a problem. I don't know. I think this is limiting free speech. I'm against this.
Mr. Harper, Mr. Scott.
Is this impacting potentially what businesses could do as far as temporary signs too?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I thought you just said it was all signs, not just political.
What if
So
what if
it
a
does.
business
Doesn't
wanted to
impact
put
their
it?
ability to put a sign, though.
But you can say you said all signs.
What if they put a temporary tent-type sign out in front of their building advertising something?
Or the
on
big-
their
That's a
on the
sidewalk sign, that has its own category.
Then how about let's just put a regular 4x4 sign up? That's a temporary sign on business, and they've done that here.
Right.
Okay, so it does impact small businesses, with some exception that Mr. Kelly
You're
pointed out.
talking about a 4-foot by 4-foot
Yeah.
temporary sign on T-posts.
Yeah.
That
Or
would
whatever.
need to be set with this regulation.
Right.
It would need to be set back 10 feet from the edge of the sidewalk.
And how about the balloon signs? They're fine? The vertical ones like that?
Yeah, that has its own
Has
section as
own
well.
section that's, okay, I got it. Thanks, Scott, appreciate that. Anybody else?
Well, I mean, I was pulling out of here during the election after voting early and during school getting let out, and you don't see those kids coming down the sidewalk on their scooters behind those 4x4 signs if they're too close. Is there a way to just limit it to the larger signs being at least out of the view of a sidewalk and not mess with the 24-inch signs?
So one proposed, to be a little bit more acute in responding to the specific issue that generated the work that I did to try to, address it, you could perhaps, direct staff to come back with a different proposal that would only require signs greater than 2 feet to be set back a certain distance on City Hall property. Wouldn't affect any other properties across town. Everything else would still be the same, and it would just deal with the electioneering signs that generated the complaints that caused you to direct staff to do something about it.
Well, it's not just right here on City Hall. It's Leonard and Stevenson or over by Garcia where there's a high traffic of children running out across 4-foot sign, and you're coming from the right. It was difficult to see the kids, and that's my only concern.
Which is why we kind of looked at it citywide.
So, I mean, I'd be in favor of the larger signs having those set back somewhat, leaving the smaller little stomp signs alone. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. I have a legal question, actually. So we're scheduled to have a public hearing. I'm making an assumption here, so hang with me a second. So if the council directs staff to come back with I think, changes we've asked for, I know we have the right to do the public hearing on this one, right? And the next time we would not have to have a public hearing, right? So I think the public hearing should be on the final draft or the final consideration of what we're doing. Because my understanding of state law is on E, we do a public hearing now, we don't have to do one the second time.
No. So if
You do both times?
Yeah, so if I'm following you, maybe I'm not following you, but if council needs to hold a public hearing today.
On this?
On this one, and if y'all deny it, if you do deny it, and direct staff to bring back a more targeted ordinance that deals with the primary concern you had, when staff brought back that ordinance, depending on, if it is a UDO amendment, then you would have to have a public hearing at that point for the more targeted ordinance.
But you said the way it's designed, we could not have a public hearing.
I just didn't want to, who knows how creative we might be, but.
I get it. I just want the public to have the right to have a public hearing on what we're going to actually, if the council decides to do something different.
Council can always have a public hearing
Okay.
on any item it wants to have a public hearing on.
Okay, got it, thank you, that's my question, all right. Okay, what do y'all want to do? I list down several
I'd like
questions.
to instruct city staff to come back with a more targeted, just for
Okay, so let's-
it's
if you don't
strictly
mind.
about the safety of
I'm
the
with
larger
you.
signs.
So let's do this, let's open the public hearing real quick, get some feedback, and then we can do that.
Okay,
Make
cool.
sense? Cool.
Perfect.
And then if you guys can just write down your, have you written down the specific changes?
Sorry?
Did you write down our concerns? Do you have like a list of that?
With my notebook right there, I will make sure to write down.
All right, perfect, thank you so much. Okay, I'll open the public hearing at 8:15 PM. Anyone want to speak for or against, I guess, this version of it? Please step forward.
Yes, we had Rod Brumlow that signed up to speak, address 102 Jeremy Drive.
Okay. You sure? You get,
Rod Brumlow, 102 Jeremy Drive. I agree with what Alan was saying. Needs to be more specific. My concern is, as Mark Hatley mentioned, lemonade stands, yard sales, such like that. Need to define it. Then the $2,000 fine, okay, let's get real. Talk to them and everything. If you have to cite them, okay. But the way it was presented and posted, it's just like, you gotta be kidding me. It needs to be specific
I'm with you.
before you vote on it.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Hey, Jennifer, one quick question, right? So just remind the public, it's up to $2,000, right?
That's right.
Okay, so the judge can do 0 or whatever the judge, if you choose to earn your trip to court.
That's right.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so Alan, you had a suggestion for us, I believe? Oh, I'm sorry, I called the public hearing at 8:16. Thank you, Vicki.
Yeah, just instruct city staff to come out with more targeted for the larger signs for just safety of intersections and crosswalks and things.
Political signs only? Or
Well,
signs
no,
like
I
4x4?
think anything that obstructs the view and safety of people walking on the sidewalk is critical, so.
All right.
And so just to clarify, you want to, your motion includes a motion to deny this zoning item? I mean, this amendment to the UDO?
Do we have to go through that?
We don't have to take action.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, I think we're going to.
Yeah, my recommendation, take no action, and instruct city staff to come back addressing just the larger signs that obstruct the view for safety reasons only, not content or application or any of that nature.
So realizing that is going to affect downtown and food hall.
And yards, regular people in yards.
Sure.
But
Well, if my neighbor puts up a 4-foot sign blocking traffic and it's going to endanger my kid who's
okay,
walking behind it, that's an issue.
Are you excluding yard signs?
What do you mean yard signs?
Like the little ones you put in your yard?
No, the larger,
Yeah, okay.
not what you call stomp signs?
I know, I'm good, I don't know if you, I'm
Yeah,
not.
the two metrics that would be very helpful for me are the
Minimum.
maximum height for those signs that would be unaffected whatsoever. So again, I said 24 inches as an example. And then what the distance back from either edge of sidewalk or edge of pavement in cases where there isn't a sidewalk, what that distance back guys would like to see so that I can incorporate that. So we have a specific number to include. So I don't just guess and then get it wrong and then come back.
I just want to make sure that we're not impacting the little yard sign because of a person's yard. If
No,
it's a bigger
think-
sign, I'm okay.
I think the 24-inch by whatever stomp signs are,
Yeah, those,
those aren't blocking
no, those
people's
aren't
view.
generally,
Yeah, I think
Are you-
anything that blocks view should be addressed.
Okay. Are you good with that? Do you understand?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that still impacts,
Yeah.
that's still going to impact places like food hall and other businesses.
To Lance's point, we don't want to limit small business owners being able to advertise if they have a new store and it's a temporary sign until they get a big one. How far back do we actually need to go in order to not obstruct, kids on sidewalks? Does it need to be 10 feet? And that seems like a big amount.
Well, 10 feet was the number based on the measurements that I did at City Hall. Again, that was just the example that I used. Our vision clearance triangle that's in our design and construction standards, is in our code, is 20 feet by 20 feet. But you measure it out to where the imaginary line of the curb line and the driveway line meets, and that's way out in the middle of the intersection almost. So it's almost negligible in its impact. So that's why I wanted to add from the back of sidewalk, because that's where your safety impact is going to be. It doesn't have to be 10 feet by any means. That was just the proposal that I brought forth, given what the measurements using Google Earth and things like that gave me as what seemed to be a reasonable option for those larger signs that have the greater impact of vision.
Yeah, I think the downtown area, you're not going to get 10 feet back from the street. You're going to be in the middle of a building, so I don't know how that would work other than, would that include the the freestanding A-frame style?
Yeah, those are called sidewalks, sidewalk A-frame signs, and those are mobile. Those don't fall under the temporary because those can be brought out and brought back in every single day.
Yeah.
Now, we could also, if you guys wanted to get really prescriptive, say, except in the Old Town Core Zone.
Sure.
You could say, hey, it doesn't apply to the Old Town Core
So let's-
zoning district.
Yeah, I get it.
And, we
So-
can do a lot of things.
Yeah, so let's do this. Why don't you just, if the council approves, let's take Alan's suggestion, was a good one. If you can just list out all of our questions, all of our questions, like, hey, is that A-frames not downtown, or exclude downtown, just to clarify the ordinance. Also clarify it doesn't impact individual neighborhoods.
Okay.
That be-
And bring
and
that
just-
information in a new proposal later
Yeah,
on?
I need to propose it back.
Okay,
Hey,
happy
just
to.
real quick, any objection by council on doing this away? Any objection your way? All right, got direction?
Yes, sir.
Are we good, Michael?
Yep, we're good.
All right. Vicki, for the record, we started staff, we took no official action.
Yes,
Right.
sir. Got it.
All right, thank you.
All right, next is agenda item 5F. Discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding the Fate Charter Commission recommended amendments to the Fate City Charter. And so the way that this item will go, a representative from the Charter Commission, Keturah Curry, will give the presentation regarding the recommended amendments, and then after that, you guys can deliberate.
All right, so here's what I would like to do, if Jennifer can help me out here. I think we should do one by one, right? So whatever the first one is, stop there. If anybody objects to it, right, we either try to change it as we go, or we have to vote, all right? If nobody says anything on any of them, or they can live with, then we'll authorize it, you guys to create the ballot language. I just think it's easier one by one. So we want to go back and forth. Just do it once, we stop, just to ask questions. If not, maybe as we can keep to go on. And council okay with doing that? So in case we have a disagreement, then we have to vote.
So we're voting, we're doing a hand vote for each of the items?
Yeah, so it's only an exception process. So let's say, for example, you really hate one.
Yeah.
Okay, and the council agrees with you, then we'll just take it off the list. And when we do the final motion to authorize staff to create the ballot language and authorize the election, they'll have exactly the list we want.
Kind of like appointments?
Huh?
Kind of like appointments?
Yeah, kind of appointment. What I don't want to do is get to the end of it and come back and just go all over the place, just really one by one. It's only
One by
10,
one.
right? We have 10? We have 10 of these?
We actually have 8,
That's it.
and a few grammar corrections, which can be done by ordinance.
Okay, so the grammar correction or by ordinance or in that ballot language?
Yes, so at the very back of the, what was submitted to council, it's called recommendations to council for non-substantive changes. And by charter provision, y'all can do those by ordinance. And so if y'all wanted us to make those changes, which they are definitely mistakes, and we should, and Ms. Curry found another one while she was getting ready for this, which she's going to point out. If y'all wanted us to make those changes, we would bring that ordinance to you at the next council meeting to correct those. I mean, they are true typos.
Okay, so for the record, we just have an 8 for the ballot, and then
We have 8 recommendations.
and 3 just minor corrections by ordinance. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
thanks for-
Mayor, maybe if we could, since Ms. Curry found a third one, and obviously we'll do it however you want to, if she could talk about those non-substantive changes first,
Sure.
because I think they're just going to be so obvious to
Okay,
y'all.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for
do
coming,
that.
by the way. Name and address.
My name and, okay.
Yes.
Hi, guys. I'm Keturah Curry. Thank you for having me. I live at 128 Carrington Drive.
And welcome.
Appreciate you guys allowing us to do this, and I'm excited to present these recommendations from the commission. I will start with those smaller changes. And if you look in your packet, I believe, but the first grammatical correction would be the one that I located, which is section 3.07. The title refers to vacancies, forfeiture, and filing of vacancies. That should be filling. So we would suggest that we go ahead and make that change by ordinance. The second grammatical change would be section 5.04, item number 4. The very final sentence has the word verify in it. That should be verified. And the third and last grammatical change would be section 5.07, results of election. The first sentence of number 1, initiative, just needs a comma after the word ordinance.
Okay, any objections by council to make these by ordinance next meeting? See no objections? Okay, got it? Next, please, your first one.
All right. Recommendation number 1 by the Charter Commission deals with section 2.04 Charter Commission. And one is that it changes the word may to shall, but the more larger change is changing the recommended makeup of the Charter Commission. The Charter Commission recommends that we change it from a majority of non-council member FAIT residents to a minimum of 5 non-council member FAIT residents who would act as voting members, and a maximum of 2 elected officials who will serve as non-voting members. That is recommendation number 1.
Any comments, questions on this one?
So this Charter Commission was 7 and 2, correct?
Yep.
Yes. Why the change from 7 down to 5?
Well, at this time, the ordinance actually doesn't give a number.
Okay.
It just says a maximum of, that it should be comprised of a majority of non-council member FAIT residents. And the council set the number for this commission. And it was chosen as 7 residents and 2 council.
Yeah.
So during our deliberations, we talked a whole bunch of numbers, 9, 11.
Yeah.
And it
15,
finally,
20.
15. We just finally came, it was one of those 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock meetings where we just said, well, let's just make it a minimum number and it can be adjusted anytime by council.
Yeah, my objection to this is, everybody knows this is not a secret here. I don't like elected officials on charter commissions, period. Even as I recognize you did non-voting members, I appreciate that, but they still have influence, especially 2. I prefer to have 1. Be my preference to have 1, and then up there, and that way we don't, 1 person for advisory committee, I guess, but not 2. And the reason for that is, if you take 2, only need 2 votes on council to get it a pass. If you have 1, and a lot of boards are, I think, you actually ask them, without council saying there, they prefer council not to be there. So we like being like a P&Z or Parks Commission, when we get their unfiltered input, like we did today, right? We got unfiltered input from them. That influence council on their vote, which is how this should work, right? So I know it's up to council what they do. That's just my objection to this. So I prefer to have 1.
When I served on the Charter Commission, and the feedback that I got from the non-council members, non-elected officials, was that they found it very helpful to have somebody that was currently serving on council specifically, that was there in an advisory role, at least at the bare minimum, because there were certain things that were suggested that me and Lance were able to say, well, that sounds good, but in application it doesn't really work, and this is why. So I think that this Charter Commission got it right with the suggestion, whether it be 1 or 2 council members or elected officials that are serving as non-voting members. I think they got it right, and that now they're able to kind of advise them. It's not necessarily that they're taking away the opinions of the voting members. It's just that they're there and they're able to give suggestions that are helpful to the charter members.
Alan?
I'd like to make a motion to make it 7, minimum of 7.
Are you second any more comment, then we'll take your motion.
Okay.
Minimum of 7 in total, I'm sorry. And 2?
Minimum of 7, and
7
then
and-
that would be the only change.
Okay.
Maximum of 2 non-voting is all, I'm all good with that. I just wanted to go from 5 to
Okay.
7.
I would respectfully disagree with you. Council members do have undue influence on boards, even advisory commissions. That's why we have a city attorney, city manager, a lot of people who advise the charter commission. That's why we have those roles, right? Okay, so, all right. I'm good with I'll leave it alone.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. You just staring at me.
The one thing that I think I would ask to be considered added to this that's not here is, I think this time we had 2 or 3 members of the commission that were on other city-appointed boards.
Correct.
And I'm okay with having appointed board members on a commission like this, but I would, if I were gonna offer anything, I would want no more than 1/3 of the voting members or 40% of the voting members to be representatives of other boards as well, just to ensure that we are bringing in other citizens outside of folks that are already involved in city activities.
I'm with you on that one. So Jennifer, on how we would, she's shaking her head already, so.
Y'all gonna make me rewrite everything in
I
24
know.
hours.
No,
I
we're
can tell
not.
already.
So the question is, how do you do the percentage that would actually make sense? Like you don't have a fraction of a number or something like that?
I think probably it, I mean, you could do a 1/3, right? Because I think part of what the commission talked about was that they didn't want to limit council to a total number of, they wanted y'all to have flexibility. So not that I think this is a great idea, but if y'all want to do 15 commissioners, you could. But there has to be, there can only be 2 elected non-voting members, or 1, depending on what y'all decide to do. So you could do a 1/3 or a 40%.
Yeah,
You
I
could
think
do
that if you did the math, right, I think like 70% or more were elected officials at the city and the county level, plus appointed boards. There's mainly elected officials and appointed board members. And we have a couple not that way. It's just, if you did the math, it's like 70% of it was that way. So, okay, so do you have a?
Well, just to make sure I'm understanding, so, and I guess it depends on how y'all word it, but you're saying only 1/3 can be elected officials and state board members?
My suggestion would be based on the voting, I'm only talking about voting members.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the council seats.
Okay.
But based on the minimum of 5, that would allow, a 40% number would allow 2 people from other boards.
Yeah.
And still allow a majority of non-active citizens.
If we use 7, that was,
If we use 7, it'll move that number up, but that's, I'm just, based on the minimum of 5, the number I would throw out would be 40%.
okay, so that's okay if we just think it's 40% down? Okay, Lance?
So the discussion at the commission was that we talked about having no appointed members and no elected officials, period. Then we got into concerns of, well, the people that are on boards now want to serve, right? You get into a bigger panel, you may not seat enough people to sit. If you want 9, right? You may not have people and you might have to go to a board. So after a lot of discussion, we decided to take that restriction out.
Okay. Mr. Hatley?
Well, everybody knows I objected to having people currently serving on boards. I don't think we had a lack of people that applied. There were about 20. As a matter of fact, somebody got on the board that didn't even show up for the interview. So, but I'm just kind of uncomfortable with, keep appointing the same people over and getting the same opinions over and over again. And I think it's better if we actually get a more variety of people of fate a chance to serve on the boards, because the people that are already on boards, I guarantee you they're going to be the favorites to come right on in. I mean, like I said, somebody didn't even have to interview, got on the board.
All right.
But one more quick thing is this could make this more difficult for Vicky, because Vicky's going to have to keep track of, okay, how many people we got here? We got 2, and how many people? Oh, is this person on the board? Or, we've struck out all of our board people. Now you're all eliminated over here. That could make it more difficult on her and make it more confusing.
All right, thank you. Alan, you ready for your motion? You got all your
I just want a
thoughts?
minimum of 7 voting members and a maximum of 2 council non-voting members.
And you want, and Scott's proposal?
No, my motion is 7.
Just have them that way?
Yeah.
And then we deal with Scott separately?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I have a motion by Alan. You want to restate your motion?
I just think 7 gives you a larger, can give you a larger cross-section of the population.
I just need the motion, that's all.
I make a motion that we move it to a minimum of 7 voting members and a maximum of 2 non-voting council members.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Robert.
Second.
Who seconded? Oh, Lance, okay.
Oh, sorry, who seconded that?
Lance.
Thank you.
All right, there's more discussion, then we'll take Scott's amendment separately. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Mr.
And could I clarify, just because I'm going to be doing the drafting? Right now, it says 2 elected officials, which wouldn't limit it to council members. Your motion was council members.
I did say council members, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, good. Mr. Kelly, do you have a motion on this item?
I would move to limit the number of city non-appointed voting members of the Charter Commission to no more than, I'm playing with numbers, well, now that's 7, but 43%.
Could we,
43?
could we discuss?
Less than a majority.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Less than a majority.
Okay.
Just say 3.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we give an actual number
Yeah.
instead of a percentage.
if the no- yeah.
Like, could we just do two people serving on boards rather than a percentage?
Or 1.
I want to make a motion that it be 3, now that the commission's 7.
Well,
I'm gonna do 3.
just to be clear, just so, it's a minimum of 7.
It's a minimum of 7, a maximum of 3
Right.
appointed.
Right, but my point is that, as written right now, the board has to be a minimum of 7 non-council members who vote, which means council at a future charter commission could have 20.
I'm fine with 3.
Okay,
Okay, about
I'm
three.
fine with 3.
okay.
I second.
So I have one thing at a time. So Vicky, are you good? Motion by Councilman Kelly, second by Councilman Harper. Are you good with the motion and what we're doing?
Sure. Got it down.
That is not a Vicky answer. Ms. Jennifer, our city attorney, are we
Okay,
good?
so I just, because we have such a short timeline, I have to have this ordinance ready by Monday. So I just want to make sure, or I guess actually by Thursday, but the Charter Commission shall be made up of a minimum of 7 council member FATE residents, non-council member FATE residents, and no more than 3 of those can be on our boards and commissions. Okay.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second by Councilman Harper. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-1. Sorry. Okay, any more change on this one? All right, next, please.
All right. The,
Like,
let me find where I am. No,
I'm sorry.
recommendation number 2 by the commission was regarding section 2.06, non-substantive revisions, yes, okay. The recommendation is is to remove item 1C, which would give the council, which would remove the ability of the council to revise language to reflect modern usage and style. It would allow them still to make non-substantive revisions like renumbering, revising, rearranging, correcting errors like we did as the first item.
any objections from council on this one? I don't see any, so next, please. We're good with that one.
All right. All right, recommendation number 3 by the commission is regarding section 3.02 qualifications.
Okay, we are on 3.2, 02.
Yes, it's going to be, let me find it, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
To remove, the commission recommends that we remove clause number 6 regarding vacating an office when a person declares their candidacy for another elected office. By deleting this, the city would default to the state constitution to cover that issue.
Right. Any objections? Applying to state law is probably a good idea. All right, go on, next.
All right. Recommendation number 4 regarding section 3.05, powers and duties of the city council. Line item, on this one, the commission recommends that the council add a line item 13 to this section, which would place on the city council the power and duty to adopt by ordinance and maintain a code of ethics.
Okay. Any objections by council on this one?
So that would be a requirement to maintain one.
I get it, yep. Objections? Seeing none? Okay, next, please.
All right.
Now it's gonna get worse.
Recommendation number 5 regarding section 3.07, vacancies, forfeiture, and filling of vacancies. This is going to be regarding 3.07, number 2. And essentially, this will the commission recommends adding an additional situation whereby an elected council member could be considered for forfeiture due to being absent from 25% of regular council meetings in the preceding 12 months without an acceptable explanation. It would still continue that if there is a forfeiture of that nature, if they decided on it, it would still have to go to public hearing.
Okay. Any comments, questions on council?
How do you define acceptable?
I'm with you. This one I object to.
I mean, first of all, let me ask the city attorney this. Military service is handled differently, correct, as far as absences go?
So, yes, I mean, there is I think there's a federal provision regarding military service. So the word acceptable to the other council members was purposely chosen so council can decide whether it's acceptable. Obviously, council could not decide that military service was not acceptable.
Okay, and then what about like FMLA?
So council members aren't employees, and so you would hope that your fellow council members would find an illness to be acceptable, but you're not covered by FMLA.
So that would be, that's my only concern is the definition of acceptable. I guess it's whether you're liked by your fellow council members or not at that point, and that could create some gray area.
Yeah, there was much discussion around this, and I'll certainly let our 2 council member charter commissioners and Ms. Curry speak to this. I won't speak to the policy considerations, but what I will say is there are cases regarding this, and you can imagine that they are litigated, and so the courts will consider whether or not the decision of the council is arbitrary and capricious, and whether or not there's a due process problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask you for case law because to me, I don't see how this survives a court challenge. Because anybody's going to turn around because we have instances in FAIT where people have been sick. They've been out for a period of time, right? This will not survive court challenge.
Well,
unless you give
there were no cases regarding sick persons. There was a case regarding removal for somebody who had missed. In that case, there was a consecutive meeting a section in there about missing consecutive meetings, which the commission decided not to do. And in that particular case, you only get to read cases when they go up to the Court of Appeals, right? So you're not reading with the district court. Okay. And that case went to the Court of Appeals, and the court decided that, and all the courts are consistent, they can't enjoin, they can't put the person back in office. That case was ultimately mooted because that council member that was removed got elected and put back into office at the next election.
Right, and then the county clerk in South Houston, somebody down in South Texas, the district court heard the case, and then the person resigned. That just kind of took care of itself. So my other concern is a felony. Chief, you help me out here. Don't we have Class C felonies? A Class C felony? We just learned Class B and above?
Class C is municipals.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
So felonies by definition, right? And that can be, I get if you kill somebody, I'm with you. There's some bad crimes you would not want to be on council. I'm concerned about a crime that just made a mistake. They got charged with a felony because of the over-aggressive DA, which has happened here, and then we just turn around there. Now they're be vacated, which, I don't know. I don't think.
Code and they didn't recommend.
Yeah, I get it, but that's still challengeable. We're not going to survive court challenge either because you can't define it, right?
Mayor, the provision, and you're right, that they didn't even address the top 3. That was not even a discussion item, but it is convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor is the removal provision.
I get it, but misdemeanor, wow, that's just.
Involving moral turpitude.
I get it, but it's still, okay, I get it. All right.
So
I object to this, but the council can let it go forward, and I'll
I just wanted to add that the reason they put in there, it was proposed to just make it 25%, and then it would go to the council. But I think what they what the explanation was that we gave was they wanted the council to be able to discuss it amongst themselves and give the person that was absent, he goes to a public hearing, or he or she goes to the public hearing, they have a right to speak about why they were absent and inform the council at that time. So we did it so that it wasn't so rigid, so that the council, if they were sick, if their child's sick, their husband's sick, their wife's sick, they're able to give an explanation.
I get it, but those kind of public hearings are horrible. I ran 3 of them here. They're horrible public hearings. They become very political. They don't stick to the facts. We have public hearing, people are going to speak against somebody, I don't like your votes, blah, blah, blah. The council can do what they want to do. I'll vote against this, but I think this is just
At the same time, if you have a council member who has missed whatever 25% is in 12 months, that's a lot of council meetings, and it's very frustrating for the rest of the council
I
members.
get it, but still, it's hard. Okay. Okay, any more questions on this?
I don't mind the 25%. I just mind the subjective acceptable explanation is the part that I mind.
Well, if we can carve out, I like your idea, that your question is like carving out ideas, right? So we've had a situation, we have council members sick for a long time, we missed a lot of council members. We had a council member who just didn't make meetings at all, about half the time, right? That's happened here. So I get the intent. I just want to make sure that we don't spend several $100,000 of taxpayers' money defending something. We don't go to court and we lose. But now they're back on. I don't think we can restate them. It gets a big mess quick, and meanwhile, it takes months to get to court. Now we're short. You know, if we get an injunction that we can't fill the vacancy, I don't think there's a clear path on case law. I'd like to carve some stuff out, Alan, like military service or being sick or, you know, whatever jobs.
I guess my point is, like, if somebody just like up and leaves and doesn't show up anymore, okay? But my problem is the without explanation acceptable to the other members.
Can we carve out exceptions to that? Like you said, military service covered by federal law, so I get it. How about being sick?
Yeah, I mean, so I really do think, given the timing on how fast we have to get this to an order of election, I picked language that was in the case law, and so I guess what I would ask is that y'all just decide whether or not y'all want it in there or not.
Okay, I make a motion that we remove the line acceptable to the other members and just say if you're absent without explanation. My problem is the subjective nature of determining the absence by the other members. That's my objection.
It's no different than going to court.
Well, I get it, but I mean, if you just stop showing up for 3 months.
Sure.
You know, without any explanation.
Well, I agree with you on that, but I mean, if it's a subjective thing, is you go to court and you're trying to convince 12 people to your way of thinking.
What I'm saying, I think maybe I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I think I agree with you is without maybe an explanation. We've got 2 incidents.
Mayor, your microphone's not on.
Sorry. So we've had 2 incidents, right? One was sick.
Right.
And one person just didn't show up.
Sure.
Half the time, right? Lots of reasons, explanations, but that could be subject to us. We could say, well, change jobs, I don't know, it just gets very arbitrary, or get unsick or whatever, right? Those people made choices to stay on council, right? And eventually they made other choices, right? But so I just like Alan's idea, so. Anyway. Okay.
So let me just say something. In one of the cases, the wording was, and I'm not advocating for this, but I'm just telling you that the words that survived legal challenge, at least until the case was mooted by the person being reelected, was that they failed to attend whatever number it is unless the person is excused by unanimous vote of the Board of Commissioners in that situation. And so, we could say excused by a majority vote of the city council, because what I was trying to get to was that the person has to have a public hearing, they have to get up in front of the council, and they have to present why they were absent, and a majority has to say, yeah, that was okay to be absent.
But then also the public gets the same right to speak against
Oh,
them,
sure.
right?
Oh, sure.
And that becomes political.
Oh, right. I'm not advocating the policies things. I'm just advocating the wording. So,
I get it.
so saying that, so what we could say instead is, and I would have to massage this if y'all went forward and bring it back to y'all, but including the absence in question unless excused by the majority vote of the other members of the council.
Alan, what do you think?
I see that part, the declared and enforced by city council majority vote, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was just saying, I guess item D to me is just if you have a councilman that's in dereliction of duty and just doesn't show up anymore, it's an automatic, see ya.
Yeah, the cases talk about having the public hearing where they come and talk about why they missed the meeting.
So you're saying that just saying if Councilmember McGessie just goes somewhere else for 3 months and doesn't show up anymore, we still have to go through the process?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But that process would be automatic under section D.
Yeah, right. And so I'm just, if you don't like the word acceptable, I'm just suggesting that it get changed to say, unless excused by majority vote of the remaining council members.
But you see, that wording still connotates whether it's acceptable or not. Right? I mean, you guys are either going to say yes or no.
It does establish the parameters of what was considered acceptable by a majority vote.
Right.
As opposed to just acceptable to the other members. Well, is it acceptable to Mark and not acceptable to everybody else, or, you know? I don't
mind having the majority vote in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Like, I mean, it's
Right.
very ambiguous to me.
But debating acceptable, I mean, the word acceptable in there it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because it's all acceptable. Either it's acceptable or it's not acceptable by the majority.
The other thing that,
Go ahead.
After you.
Go ahead, Mark.
so the other thing is 25%, we keep talking about 3 months. It doesn't have to be 3 straight months. You miss 6 meetings in a year, you're done. That's 25%.
But only, go ahead, Scott.
Does that include workshops?
No, my clarification is only, here's what the.
Regular meetings.
Hey,
It's
just a
like
second, but hang on a second.
25% of regular meetings.
It's regular meetings.
I get
regular
it, but
meetings,
let's
understood.
take tonight.
No, I'm fine with the majority vote as far as determining what's acceptable. I just didn't want to leave that hanging as ambiguous, so.
Okay, so you're okay with the word acceptable, but want it to say by majority vote?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Alan, you restate your motion, please.
Change it to without explanation, acceptable by majority vote of the other members of the city council.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second.
Yes,
You get my idea.
I do.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Any more discussion?
Who seconded? Thank you.
Scott did. You good, Vicki? Yes, sir. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I have another clarification. So let's take this month. So this month, we had a regular city council meeting, and tonight's a special city council meeting.
Right.
So if does this happen because lots of reasons, holidays, we move it, if we move from regular scheduled to special, that denominator gets smaller and smaller and smaller, it's easier to violate the 25%.
Yes, the opposite argument is, which these are policy arguments that y'all get to make, the opposite argument is y'all know what the regular meetings are ahead of time and can calendar them appropriately.
I get it, but
Yeah.
when you move it, right? So Vicki, are all the special city council meetings scheduled due to holidays on the calendar sent to us?
Yes, you are approved. You guys look at the calendar for the calendar year in December. So you know all of the meeting dates in December for the following year. So you're given the calendar ahead of time.
And the only thing that's counted against you is you missing regular council meetings, which is solely my point, which is if council all of a sudden decided to have a council retreat next week as a special council meeting, that would not be an absence.
So what I think he's getting to
Yes, it's a
is
smaller
meetings like
number.
tonight that we knew coming into the year. That we're calling it special because it's not on the third Monday of the month.
Correct.
Correct.
But this meeting was scheduled, so going forward, I think what we would have to ask of staff is that in December, November, whenever we look at the deal, we're not calling this a special meeting. We're calling this a regular meeting on a special date or something to notate the date's different, but not calling it a special meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from on that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the denominator is consistent. All right.
What about, should there be anything in there about if we vote to cancel a regular meeting? No?
That, if you vote, you're voting everybody the acceptable absence.
Good point. Thank you.
You just couldn't help yourself, could you?
What is the word?
I used the word acceptable. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
The definition, what is the
All
definition
right,
of the word?
Vicki, I think we got
is?
this one. We're good. All right, next, please.
All right, recommendation number 6 regarding section 3.07. Number 3, filling a vacancy council member, Part A is going to be number 6. There's 2 recommendations concerning this. The first recommendation is that we increase the time the council has to fill the vacancy from 30 to 60 days. One thing said was that it would help the city secretary in scheduling everything.
Yeah.
But, and then the second item that's still part of the same recommendation, part of the same section number, is that we give the commission, give the council the ability to fill the vacancy through a special election in lieu of appointment. And that would also need to be done within 60 days. Well, the decision would need to be done within 60 days.
Okay, any questions on that one?
So we would vote to call the special election within 60 days.
Yes, either the
Who
appointment or
decides when the next appropriate special election should be? The city secretary?
No, it would be the next uniform election date available, given the timing of the,
Okay.
of the election.
So,
Yeah.
well, if it's,
May or November.
So
okay,
how about
so you would
January?
call one in either May or November for a seat.
Yeah, so here's my question, is January. So we have a special, summertime, we order a special election in January. Will it be May or will it be 60 days from January?
No, it'd be May, the
So-
next uniform election
We
date.
would still have the ability to appoint.
The 60-day is the city council needs to make a decision within 60 days.
Okay, got
Because
it.
right now, you got to do it within 30 days. We just wanted it extended to 60 days.
So within 60 days, we decide whether we're going to appoint somebody
Or
or just
run an
wait until
election.
May or November.
Okay, that makes sense. And the reason why I brought it up that way is because when the state rep special elections, they had one month and they had the general election the next month. It ran twice in basically 2 months.
So
And that just- that
if
just
somebody,
makes sense.
if somebody resigns at the middle of November, 60 days, we make a decision to have a special election in May. That means that from January to May, we only have 6 members on the council, correct?
Unless we appoint
No, they would hold over. The person could hold over until the next election.
No, this person's resigned, like moved to North Dakota somewhere, gone. No
Well, if-
longer available to
right,
serve.
so if they're not coming to the council meeting, then y'all would have only 6 council members.
Okay, so I'm just making sure the council understands that we'd only have 6 voting members for 6 months until the May election.
Unless you decided to appoint.
I was going to say, I don't think it says we have to, it says we
Right.
may hold an
You may.
election. We can
No,
also
but that's my point. We may
appoint someone.
decide to only have 6 people because we don't like anybody that we want to appoint, I guess.
Okay.
Is that,
Yes, and then also, we haven't got there yet, but this is, if you have more than 2 vacancies at a time, it's an automatic special election
Sure.
is the next part. So essentially, yes, we would only have 6 voting members until the next election for 6 months in that scenario.
would that be a concern for the council to only have 6, or for staff to only having 6, seeing how it would be a 3-3
Well,
split on
and three-
votes?
Well, 3-3 also, you felt.
3-3, it
Fails.
could have a 3-3 vote
And it
on
fails.
things without any direction, either, a tie is a no, basically.
Yeah,
Correct. For 6 months.
There are some councils and commissions that are 6, and a 3-3 is a down vote.
Right, but that would be, just so the council understands, that would be for 6 months that we can have that possibility.
But again, I think it says we can appoint someone. We don't have to go to a special election unless there's 2 vacancies.
Just saying, it's something to consider.
But it's
Either
not,
direction.
it's not much different if somebody's on a vacation or leaves, right?
For 6
Doesn't show
months?
up. Well, I mean, I don't think it's 90% of what you do here Everybody pretty much agrees with
Yeah,
most of
pretty
it.
I know, I was just pointing out, I'm just,
If it's that controversial, having it sit for 6 months until next election, I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay. And I think, and then I think on the next one, to Cody's point, is, I don't think, Vicki, have we had 2 vacancies in the last 13 years?
Tamara and Ian,
Yeah.
Who, Tamara and?
Tamara Fisher and Ian Fields.
Ian served through the end of the term.
Ian to the end of the term.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Blake
Have we
Buchanan.
had 2 vacancies?
Out of memory's sake, I don't remember us having 2 vacancies at the same time. The only time that I remember that happening was before my time, like 2013, 2014, when we had someone resign to run for state office, and then they also had somebody resign to run for mayor.
Okay, got
So-
it.
Yeah, I guess I was
So,
referring,
yeah.
You caused that to happen.
That was before my time, but that's all I'm remembering.
All
I
right.
guess would this apply to, like, I think Tamara stepped down and we appointed Lance, and then Blake stepped down like 2 months later. Would this apply to that?
Okay. All right, any objections?
So,
to
so
this?
it has
I'm
happened,
sorry.
is my point. We've had 2 appointments before an election.
Wait, that's not happened, correct, but not at the
Yeah.
same time.
Not at the same time, but
Okay.
they were
Okay.
staggered.
I get it.
And this would also include if they were staggered like that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only one appointed council member on council.
All right, just clarifying.
So-
I'm
Okay.
good with that.
So, and this is just from my understanding more than anything, and I think I saw this discussed during the Charter Commission, but I don't remember. Somebody has to resign from council for some reason. Council appoints somebody. Is that person appointed until the next general uniform election, or are they appointed for the unexpired term?
They're appointed, it says in that paragraph we're not changing, they shall serve until the next available election.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
And that's May or, November or May, right?
That's correct.
Correct. All right. Any,
Would there, if they are appointed, would that apply to their, let's say, a term limit? Because you have to take a year off. Can you put it in there that it could apply? Because you're technically
actually,
serving.
I'm with you on that one, but
You're
the
technically
Charter Commission
serving.
didn't bring it up.
I kind of disagree with that one, simply because if you're appointing somebody for 3 months, 2 months, it takes a brand-new person to get on council up to speed. I think that, yeah.
There may be other council members, though, that aren't term limited out.
If you limit, using that time to limit the term limits, you're still going to you're going to be off on the elections anyways. They're going to have to sit through whatever time frame it is, right? So if you have somebody who comes on 3 months and goes to the next regular election, they get an election, then they term out, 5 years and 9 months later, you've got to have somebody in that seat anyways until the
I mean,
election.
not trying to offend you, but that somebody can actually sit on there if they keep getting appointed for 10 years with 5, 6, 7, 8 months gap.
Well,
in
no,
that
no,
10 years.
Not to 10, but in
Pretty
theory,
close.
somebody could sit on council for 8 years.
Yeah.
If somebody resigns.
If you do the math,
in
you
the
bounce
first
enough
year of their
seats.
first term, but
You bounce enough
that's-
seats. and-
That's a worst-case
Well, no,
scenario,
because
too.
you're only appointed for a maximum of 6 months, because that's the next general election.
But unexpired terms, filling a seat for an unexpired term does not count as a full term.
All right. Mark, do you have
For
a?
term limits.
No, you're talking about appointment, not election.
Right, if you're appointed to that seat, it doesn't count as part of your, it should count as part of your, it doesn't affect
Well,
your year off.
It doesn't count towards your term limits
Right.
as written. And one could argue, again, I'm making a policy argument just to illuminate, not because I care one way or the other, but I've seen where perhaps, that is a consideration, and it may lower the number of people who want to be appointed if it affected them.
For me, I think the issue there is not necessarily the appointment term being an issue, because if somebody is appointed in June, they're going to come up for an election either in November or May. So they get a vote. But there is the potential for somebody to, and our mayor did this when our previous mayor resigned. He was on the next ballot running for mayor for the unexpired term for that mayor. He's gone through the election. He's got the potential to be on a ballot 3 times for mayor because of that. So it's not the appointed term, it's, would we consider running for the time served after being elected, filling out an unexpired term?
It's still a loophole to serve more than 6 years.
It is, and that's what could turn something into an 8-year term.
Right.
Well, I think differentiating between appointed and elected are two different things. If you're elected for an unexpired term, I think that's one conversation to have, if that adds to your term limit or not. I think if you're appointed, the maximum amount of time you could be appointed is 6 months, correct? And then how do you add 6 months to a term? I mean, you're there for 2 terms,
I think,
not 6 years.
Right. And so I'm just trying to do the math in my head,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, if you're on the next uniform election date, so you're appointed until the next uniform election date, that probably would never be longer than 6 months, practically.
I think the way,
It would not be longer than 6 months, because you're appointed until the next general election.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to be very precise, and I'm probably not being, because I would have to do all the dates, but it's somewhere around that time period.
Vicki, how long would it take? Because I know we talked about this. It takes a second to actually get the person on the ballot. So it could be longer than 6 months, because let's say somebody resigns in October, you don't have time to put them on the November ballot. Is that correct?
Correct, because the deadline
Good
for
point.
the November ballot would
So
have been
it
sometime
could
in August.
technically be longer than
It could
6
be 7
months, but I
months.
understand
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, it could be 7 months, but I guess term limits are 2 consecutive terms, correct? 2 consecutive full terms.
Right, and they're elected terms.
Elected terms,
That's right.
correct.
And that's why I said around 6 months, because you gave a good example.
Yeah,
but I think the dilemma, like
because
this,
you wouldn't vacate your seat 5.5 years into your term,
so,
because you were appointed 6 months early.
but I think where my head is at on this is, I don't know what section is, sorry, is if you have a special election to fill an expired term, let's say more than, I'll make it up for a second, 2 years, right? Right? Then you could do that term 3 and 3, you end up with 8 years. I don't like that idea a lot, because it should be limited to 6 years, 2 consecutive terms, or appointments are different, but they're appointments.
Yeah, I was
When you're
differentiating between the
elected,
two.
when you're running a
Mark's-
special, I agree with
Yeah,
Mark,
Mark's
actually.
comment was, if you're appointed, should that add to your term limit, was your original question. Okay? Which I think is a separate issue from a special election adding
Right.
to your term.
Alan, just let me finish. So, yeah, I agree with Mark. I'm just saying, that part of it, I don't know how you do it tonight, but we shouldn't allow for that situation where somebody gets elected, they resign, somebody runs for that office, they get 2 years unexpired term, they get six more years after that. I don't think that's a good idea, by the way. I think 6 years is enough on council, period. But that's just my opinion. I don't like what happened, but at the time it was.
Well, okay, so I guess let me ask this question. What would how long, I mean, if you run an unexpired term that's only 1 year.
Then I wouldn't do it. I would do this, I think in my case it was a year and a half, whatever, but yeah.
So do we change the term limit from 2 consecutive terms to you can only serve for 6 years?
I don't know, but that didn't come up tonight,
Because that would throw.
I'm just begging y'all not to do that to me.
That would throw, I was gonna say, that was.
So the ballot language has to
That would drive Vicki insane.
It's a ballot language has got to be like Wednesday at 5 PM.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why you would not do that.
Less than 48 hours.
The reason why you would not do that, because if they don't make it, you could end up in a weird situation, you'd have another special election because they just.
Well, it breaks the cycle, it breaks the election cycle of
I get it.
2 and 3.
Okay, anyway, just let's go on tonight. Any objection to this? Then we'll come back to this one.
It's a rabbit hole that probably ought to be on the list for the next charter commission.
I agree, yeah. It's a rabbit hole we got to flush out over a period of time. All right, any objections to the lady, poor lady, she presented to us? I know, she gave up on us. All right, we're good with that one, ma'am. Thank you, and what's next?
All right.
She did give up on us, I think literally.
Recommendation number 7, we're almost there. Section 3.073B, filling of vacancies. And as Councilwoman Chen alluded to, this is basically the recommendation of The commission is to modify this section to require an election should a second vacancy occur while an appointed council member is seated. So if there's one appointed, at
Got it.
that point we have a vacancy, we're
Got
saying
it.
there should be an election.
Any objections? That one?
No objections, but that would be a special election, not on the general election dates, or would that be the next general election?
So all of these scenarios would be the next uniform election date.
Okay. Okay, just checking.
So you can answer all your questions now.
Just
later.
checking.
That's- All right, I think you're good on that one too, please. Thank you.
All right. Recommendation number 8 is regarding section 6.06, contingent appropriation. The commission recommends removing this section from the charter, given the city's overall financial budgets, which include a reserve policy.
So what's the rationale on this one, Lance and Cody? But besides you don't like other, but.
Well, I mean, right now, it's a minor amount of money that sits there, and we have a 120-day reserve in there already.
I get it, but can we cap it at I get your logic that some future city manager may abuse it, right? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
Okay.
That actually never came up in the discussions.
Oh, okay.
Are you abusing this, Michael?
Actually, this isn't my contingency. I have a much bigger contingency.
There you go.
This is your contingency, which you never use.
Right?
And
The
we
answer
won't-
was no, Michael.
Wait. And we won't create a real budget number for it because it looks political because it raises your budget.
All right, any objections to this one?
You know, this was
Anybody?
my fault. I suggested this
Okay,
one.
hey, just a second.
No,
Any
it-
objection by anybody?
No.
Seeing none, let's go forward.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was all 8 recommendations.
Thank you
and
so
then
much
they
for
go
coming.
back.
Thank you so much for
guys.
coming tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for serving on the,
Sorry for putting you through that.
Now you can blame John Stacy for appointing you the spokesperson.
Every day. All right, next, please, Vicki.
Next
Oh,
will
hey,
be-
take a, good, Jennifer. You have everything you need? I'm sorry.
Yes, you almost made me cry, but yes, I haven't cried and I'm fine.
We had to work on that one night. Vicki, are we good on that issue?
Yes, sir.
All right,
We are
next,
great.
please. Appreciate it.
Okay. Next agenda item will be item 5G, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action regarding ordinance number O-2025-004, amending section 31A of Article 1 in general of Chapter 30 Utilities to require the utility service for residential property to be in the name of the owner.
Okay, presentation is Michael?
Stephen.
Stephen.
We have gone through this a couple times. I'll give a brief background, mostly spend some time going through the data that you had asked us to compile. So again, the background, this proposal applies to residential properties. The big idea is the cities have fixed costs when they operate utilities. When a bill goes unpaid, city is still responsible for those expenses, potentially bond payments, infrastructure maintenance, employees, etc. And Texas law does not permit the city to hold a third party or the owner responsible if the utilities are in the tenant's name. We would only have the ability to go after the tenant through a collections process. And we'll go through the data of this, but there's disproportionate financial and operational impacts that generally come from single-family rental properties. So the data behind that, just so you know, rental properties constitute approximately 15% of our utility accounts. The two main things we'll talk about are the probability of going to collections. A rental property is 5.6 times more likely to go to collections than a non-rental property. And the probability of being cut off in a 12-month period or creating that work order for our staff is 3.1 times more likely on a rental property. And you can see exactly the percentage of those accounts that have gone to in either of those scenarios in a given year. This is the city's bad debt. You can see kind of the increase that we've been experiencing. The number of single-family rentals in Fate has doubled in the last 4 years, from about 440 to 980-ish. And our bad debt has essentially doubled with it as well. And this is utility debt that is going unpaid that we are writing off essentially in the end. This is an actual city that has gone through this process 5 years ago. You'll see what happened in 2019 when they went from requiring them to be when they made the change to require them to be in the name of the owner, and you'll see they had a drop in the amount sent to collections by 80%. They were sending up to 103,000. It's a different size city, different makeup. 103,000 down to 19,000 in their most recent year. In the number of work orders or, cutoff, shutoffs, they had a drop of 60%. Again, you'll see following 2019, that change making a drop off.
So this doesn't actually fix the problem of delinquency, it just shifts it from the city's responsibility to the property owner.
The property, it won't be our delinquency anymore.
Right, so so your number's $103,000 and it goes on down, that $103,000 is still there. It's just being taken care of by the property owner as opposed to the city utility department, correct?
I can't speak for their collection rates on rent.
I'm just assuming that,
Yeah, that would be an assumption.
everybody didn't all of a sudden start paying their bills because of this.
Yeah, or they have different tools.
Hey, Stephen, do you have more slides to present real quick?
Yeah, but I think, it's
Okay.
a fair question. I
All
just
right.
wanted to make sure.
Okay. No, I got it. I just want to make sure we get the slides and we get those questions.
So, yes, the city receives their payment. And our argument is therefore other city residents aren't having to subsidize the bill.
Correct.
The expenses of the city. The owner may, in some cases, may be eating that. And our argument would be that's the cost of doing business as a property owner, renting their property. So 80% drop in collections, 60% drop in work orders. So the next steps, if directed, the ordinance before you tonight, it adopts this change effective May 1st, 2025. We would need time to communicate to those that would be impacted. What we did make, and we kind of went through this at different times, what we settled on is this will just be for new utility accounts moving forward. We won't set a time in the future of a year where everybody has to be in compliance. That will naturally take place as tenants move out. We didn't want to be in a situation where we're forcing landlords to amend leases and make changes. And essentially what we're saying is this won't impact anybody currently renting a property, tenants. But when that tenant moves out and a new tenant moves in after May 1st, 2025, this change is effective and it would then at that point be required to be in the name of the owner. In the next 3 months, we have draft letters, prepared. We'll be sending letters out to all of the property owners. We have the rental licensing program. We know who they are. And so we will be making that change. So we would message to all those that we know of. Those that we don't know of, we would soon know of when a tenant changes. This would also get us in basically 100% compliance as to where all the rental properties are. The city would use a dedicated webpage, FAQs, overall change, to communicate the overall changes. We would mail and email to both tenants and landlords, all those that we have property information for. Were you looking? Oh, okay. So, sorry. Yeah, peripheral, nervous. Conclusion, so again, we recognize that this will cause some frustration, and by that I mean disruption for property owners as they're of single-family rentals. But we believe for the city of Fate and its residents, this is the best direction, as it'll reduce cutoffs and reconnects, reduce our bad debt, reduce future workload, which ultimately leads to staffing. And as we've seen that double in the last 4 years, we obviously see a trajectory that we want to get ahead of. And we believe this will pay long-term dividends to the city of Fate.
Alan, you got any questions answered?
So in other places that this has been put into place, does the property owner just pass the bill on to the tenant, or is it worked into the lease, or is it a little bit of both? I just see, water leaks in the city of Fayette, your bill can be $1,000 1 month. And I'm just trying to figure out, how does the tenant pay for this in the end, typically?
Yeah, so it can go both ways, and I think there's probably unique situations across. So I think you'll see many work it into the rent. They'll have a fixed rent amount that'll include the utilities. That becomes a much easier way, I think, for them to do it, but I can't speak for them. Obviously, there's all types of third-party programs. In the apartment complexes, this is already how it works. The utilities are in the name of the owner. They bill the residents separate. Some of them choose to have utilities, and there's state laws that govern how those utilities can be billed. So we really wouldn't get into the game or into that dictating anything. I understand where the question's coming from. In the situation of a leak, currently, the resident would for sure be responsible for it because the utilities are in their name, likely. In the future, the owner would be responsible. They may work through the tenant. But one of the situations we have run into in our utility department is there is a leak. The utilities are in the name of the tenant, but the fix is responsible by the owner. And so there's friction at times as whether the owner is going to pay for that fix if the leak if the financial impact isn't on them. So I'm not pointing to any specific scenario.
Right.
But we have had those conversations.
Well, the one thing I do like about it is that it adds cost to the cost of doing business and puts a downward pressure on people wanting to take on a rental in the city of Fate. So I think that's one positive, but I think we could be creating problems for other problems that we don't see coming, though.
Yeah, and I would say too, just so we're obviously only talking about city of Fate utilities, not electric power. Those are separately metered and they govern their rules.
Hey, Lance?
The only comment I would make is that potentially that could force rental rates up.
Yeah, that could have an impact on the rentals. Mark Hadley, any questions? Alan, you good? Yeah. Scott?
So how are we, May 1st, 2025, or whatever date this goes in, how are we, John Renner comes in from rental home on May 2nd, wants to turn on water. How are we confirming unregistered properties? Because we can have a debate on how many properties we actually have in this town. That 900 number is, if you talk to the Wood Creek HOA, they're going to tell you the number of renters in Wood Creek is close to that number, if not bigger. So what is the validation process going to look like to make sure that we get that right?
Great question. And this is where we think we actually, this is a solution to this problem that we've faced. So somebody comes in saying, I want to put the utilities in their name, and we'll say, we just need proof of ownership. And we have RCAD property. Most of them are going to fall under RCAD unless they've barely purchased the property. Then we'll be, and if they aren't the owner, we now know it's a rental. And so we mark it as rental, and we now have data on that. In the how it is now is we haven't necessarily required proof of ownership, so they put the utilities in their name, and we're going other ways to try to find out whether it's a rental property. In this case, if you can't prove ownership, we now know it's a rental. We mark it as a rental. So over the course of time, as all utilities turn over, we now know where all the rental properties are in the city of Fate.
But does that stop somebody? So if I come in as Mr. Renter, and my property owner hasn't registered with you and I want water turned on because I moved into the house, and you turn around and say no.
Yeah, well, now, in this case, we'll have communicated with the owner ahead of time. And yes, we would say we need the owner to do it, and that can be done in a matter of hours.
Or it could take weeks.
If the owner is slow on doing that and then unable to rent his property, I don't think the incentives are going to line up for them to delay it. But we can do it in a matter of hours. Fully online process, everything can be submitted electronically. And again, our hope is we'll have communicated with them ahead of time. We now have an email system. We have their email addresses, and we'll know if they've opened emails. We have all kinds of tools.
I just hope that this gets rolled out in a better fashion than the backflow.
Okay, Mark Harper.
Very different.
Yeah, I definitely see the advantage to this where taxpayers are not having to pay the burden of those who don't pay their bills, because we are all paying our water bills and don't want to have to tack on more money for somebody else. I do agree that it helps us figure out which one of these are rentals. That's a problem that we all have. I want to say I had to provide my closing statement when I got my water bill here in the city a while back, just to prove I had ownership. So I don't know if that's still the case or not. But.
Yeah, that's definitely the case as we are moving forward. I mean, I don't know at what point we implemented that, but yes. I had to do the same.
Cody, any?
No questions. I support this.
All right, so.
Last question. Sorry. I want to go longer tonight, okay? I'm sorry, no. So if the owner, the utility bill, the owner of the house, the property, who has the utility bill in their name, doesn't pay the water bill, but the tenant has been paying their lease, how do you handle the cutoff?
Yep, so there's some state law provisions that apply, and one of the things we will be working with is tenant rights. But if the notice goes out that bill hasn't been paid, and there's ever any kind of a cutoff notice that's put on the door, the tenant has the ability to break their lease immediately, and they have damages and things. There's all kinds of state laws put in place to protect them.
Well, I mean, a tenant breaking their lease, they may not be in a position to go get another lease somewhere. I would hate to shut off someone's water that wasn't responsible for it, nor force them to leave that place and go find someplace else.
Yeah. Raju and Aaron, I don't know if you want to speak to that too. Again, in the situations we're looking at, this is a,
I see Raju
No, I'm
ducking
just- I'm
very
just-
quickly. He ducked. Stephen, that's on you now.
yeah, this is a possibility, I will admit, very unlikely.
Well, I sure would hate to kick someone out of their house because they didn't have
And
water.
Of course, we don't want to do that either.
Hello.
Name,
There's
please.
multiple ways to
Hey,
avoid
ma'am.
disconnections,
Ma'am.
whether it be,
Name.
my name is Erin Ramsire, I'm the utility billing supervisor here. in
Thank you.
Fayette.
I appreciate that.
But there's many ways we can go about preventing a disconnect for a rental property, whether it be we give them X amount of months before they're considered disconnecting, whether it would be an amount, a month. We can proceed as we normally do. It's one of those things you have to brainstorm and what's approved and what you deem fit.
Yeah.
I think having something written down for that occasion would be important.
All right, any more? If not,
That's fair.
I'll take a motion, please.
I make a motion, we pass ordinance number 2025-004.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Harper and a second by Councilman Kelly. Any more discussion? If
Do we
not-
add in the, making sure we have a policy in place for that rare event of a tenant paying their bill?
That's up to staff to do. I don't think it'd be part of the ordinance. But
I just
think
want to make sure that we put that on the record.
Yeah, make sure that happens, Stephen.
All right.
And we'll report back.
All right.
Thank you.
Please vote. You didn't vote. Oh, it was Cody. No. No, they just didn't rush around. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Next, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilwoman Megacy voting no. Sorry about that.
Okay, next
Other-
item, 5H, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action toward decreasing the bond par value from 20 million to 19 million and pay the remaining 1 million in cash. Total project cost being 20 million.
Is that you, Michael? Are you done?
Actually, this is Councilmember Hatley's item, so I'll let him introduce it. I've put a bunch of information out, so you all have that. And then, of course, Raju and I are here to talk about it, if you need us.
Okay. Before the DPS bond, do you want me to go or?
Oh, yes, your item, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Before the DPS bond, several people asked me, were there not alternative ways the city could come up with some money to put towards this so that they didn't have to put the bill? So I asked around, checked with Michael. We did have 500,000 left over at the end after we bought the fire apparatus, and asked him if we could go through and try to find more money to put towards this. I mean, they want the city to put in as much as they can, so we can borrow as little as we can. And if we're, like I said, if we've got invested revenue where we're getting 3.5%, but over 20 years we're gonna pay 4.5% to 5%, it's probably better to put some down. Honestly, I was hoping to get quite a bit more than 1 million, but 1 million is something. It's 5% of the 20 million. So I decided to put it up and ask Scott to help me bring it up for discussion.
Okay, Lance, any comments?
I have all kinds of comments on this. First of all, when we were approving the bond, there was a motion put on the floor to limit the bond to $16 million, which nobody decided to pick up. So you would have cut 2 cents off of the tax rate based at that time, whereas currently you're trying to put in $1 million, you're going to cut 0.002% or 2 cents off. So it makes $8 difference to the average homeowner. So I don't understand why you're worried about saving $8 now when you could have saved 2 cents on the tax rate then. The second thing about it is there's not a surplus in order to go and grab $1 million out of it. What you see based on the information provided by Raju is that our property taxes are collected between November and January typically. We do have stuff coming in February and in March, but it's basically we're getting paid early to cover expenses that we're going to incur at a later date. So you have no surplus in which really to pull until the end of the year when you know whether your or whether your permits and licenses have come in on budget or not, If there's a decrease in permits and budgets, you certainly don't have it. Sales tax is running below projected budget at this present moment. We don't know what sales tax is going to be like in the future. So how you pull $1 million out now, you're going to be impacting the city budget at the end of the year. When you get to next December in 2025, what they showed is that you're going to be dipping into the 130 or the 120-day reserve. I think this is a bad idea.
Well, when you propose to cap it at 16 million, where were we going to get the other 4?
You don't build as big a station up front. You build a 10,000 or 15,000 square foot station with the ability to expand, just like we did here at City Hall. And you don't pull the whole 20 million. You do, just because we authorize 20 million doesn't mean we have to spend 20 million.
Correct. But I'm told the project's going to cost 20 million. Michael, do we have $1 million that we can spend? If we go into the 500,000 for the legal fund, that we're not likely to go necessarily have to go the lawsuit. I mean, it's money that's out there.
Yeah, couple of things we did in the last 90 days. We transferred $1.1 million for the fire truck. That came from the general fund. And also we transferred $1.5 million to the road construction fund last month. So out of the surplus, we already moved $2.6 million from the general fund. Can we transfer $1 million? Probably yes and no. If everything goes well until the December 25, we are in good shape. But we don't know, there is a lot of uncertainty. If we pull $1 million from the general fund right now, we may potentially run into problem down the road in, if you look at the cash flow for December 25, we have right around $1.3 million. And if there is a 5% decline in the revenue or 10% decline in the revenue, we will be, in trouble if we pull the $1 million right now. We may run into problem. Potentially, we may run into problem.
Well, potentially, we could always run into problems.
Well, so this is just a bad idea, I think, too. I think that.
Mark, just a second, let Alan, maybe we come back to you later.
Even if we did have an audited surplus of $1 million laying around, which we don't, putting that $1 million to, I don't know, road maintenance will save the taxpayers millions of dollars 10 years from now. Okay? It extends the life of our roads. There are so many more important things that we could put that $1 million towards to offset, future things that we have to do, whether it's roads, whether it's, shade structures and parks, whether it's even investing in economic development with the VIII Food Hall, making that generate revenue for us, which would, the revenue from sales tax would far outpace any debt service that we'd have over those years. Now, if we did have that $1 million just laying around, I'd say put it towards road maintenance and make our roads last longer and not put that on the backs of the citizens 5, 6, 7, 10 years from now. So,
Scott, any comments?
Yeah, just and I did second this because I think anytime you get to have a conversation about the bonds, it's a worthy conversation and how we're prioritizing our money. My concern isn't necessarily finding the $1 million now. And there was, I might get shot for saying this, but there was with the way we did the bond to get it at 20 million, that there's a hole in that 20 million, and that's the contingency fund. The contingency fund we set at 10%, as opposed to with any normal construction process, you take minimum 15% to 20%. So there could be a scenario to where when we're building this building or refurbing a building, that we don't have enough funds there. And we've got to go find another $1 million at some point down the road. So I would hesitate to do anything now because of what I'm going to perceive as an insufficient contingency. And if we need to find that money down the road, it's still going to be there, or we can use that money for other things. That's the only thing I'll say.
Scott, Mark Harper, again, any comments? And then Cody, and then back to you, Mark.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that, last year, one of the reasons we had a surplus is we did have a $3 road fee, which we eliminated, which should probably show at the end of the year that we don't have an extra $1 million. And if we do have an extra $1 million, there's always going to be things that are going to be needed to add for the DPS that will surely take that $1 million at some point. Again, as Raju said, anytime you're starting to get that low, any budget that you do, you try to plan out the best that you can for the year. If we have extra at the end of the year, we spend it where it needs to be spent. I agree, the roads are probably one place that we would spend that. Also, it's a bad idea to eliminate a legal fund for something in case we do need that legal fund, then we're going to have to get that money from somewhere else that doesn't exist. So I would be definitely against this.
Cody, any comments?
Unfortunately, I was about to pop and I missed I had to go potty. Is there a Cliff Notes version? I'm so sorry. I couldn't hold it anymore.
No, basically just attempting to borrow 19 million on the bond versus 20. It's been brought up to me by many, many people. It's something I think it's worth a discussion. I see where everybody's coming from. And if there is a pile of money, everybody kind of wants to go grab and use it for theirs, legal fees, roads. And I'm not necessarily criticizing that, but I'm saying with government, if there's a pile of money, everybody kind of wants their hands on it. I thought it would be an interesting idea to take $1 million instead of borrowing 20 and borrow 19. Personally, I'd like to borrow only 17 if we had
Do
$3
we
million.
know that there is $1 million laying around, or
No,
is
there's
this
not.
just?
The Cliff Notes, there's not.
Okay.
There's laying around Cliff Notes for you. And then the other conversation was historically what we do, Cody, is maybe around about June-ish, August, late July-ish, we start figuring out, hey, this is coming over. Then Alan has a great idea, whether you can be food hall. It's a lot of one-time expenses you could use them for.
So it's essentially like if we do have the extra money, that's how we were able to purchase the other fire truck,
Yeah, fire truck.
whatever. So we don't have to decide.
Correct.
We don't have to do anything today. We
Right.
could wait until the end of the year.
And then you always want to do one-time expenses, right? So you don't want a surplus going anywhere recurring, like you can't hire, so for example, we could do the plan for food hall. We could do the plan, Alan's
Right.
one road maintenance. We could
Okay.
do lots of things. And what staff does, they come in, they tell us, hey, your 5, 6 options, and then we decide.
Okay.
In the July and August timeframe, so.
But at this point in time, we don't know if there would even be a surplus this year.
Yeah, okay.
Right, because if property or sales tax goes,
And also, and just for the public, there is like a 95% chance that the appraisal cap will reduce from 10% to 5%. I think there's like 20 co-sponsors on the Republican side. That's going to cut our new revenue by like several $100,000 already. This is where the state is going to take revenue away from cities. This is real, and this is going to pass because it's just too many people lined up behind it, right? And it's a governor's priority, lieutenant governor's priority, a new speaker's priority. It's going to happen, so we got to plan for that too. We don't have to anticipate as a board, hey, this is going to happen to us. And if they decide to make it immediately, which the governor can do, then we'll be impacting the next budget cycle. If we get lucky, it's December, maybe not, but we got to think about if these will pass. That's my final comment. Mark, any more comments on your side? You good?
No more comment.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please. No, we'll take no action then? Is that okay with council?
I'm fine with no action.
Okay. Vicki, are we good, no action?
Actually, I tell you what, I'm gonna make a motion, we pass it.
Okay, restate that, please.
I will make a motion that we pass, let me pull it up here.
I did general minds 5A.
Yeah, there you go.
5H would be good.
I will make a motion. Do we have a second?
That's my job.
I know.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second by Councilman Kelly. Please vote. Motion fails 6-1 with Councilman Robbins, Chin, Mayor Billings, Megacy, Harper, and Scott Kelly voting no. All right, next, please. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Next will be agenda item 6, mayor, council, and city manager reports.
Cody, you want to go first this time? Sit you.
I really don't have any comments. Just happy that President Trump is back in office. That's all I got, though.
Mr. Harper, what do you think?
Just hoping everybody's having a great New Year so far. Thanks to all those who came out and spoke tonight from the community, and either for or against. We appreciate when people show up and let us know what their feelings are. Thanks to all the city staff, DPS, and Shop Local.
Just quickly, thank you to the Charter Commission. I know it's a tough job. You guys did a really great job. Sorry for putting you through that tonight. I was hoping well, I knew it was going to happen, actually. So thank you to the Charter Commission. Chief, as always, you guys do a wonderful job, great job for us. And thank you for you who came tonight and voiced your opinion. That's always a great thing to do. I really do appreciate the input on that. And Michael, as always, Jennifer, I know you have a lot of work the next 2 days. Sorry, but thank you for answering all our questions. Michael, same way for putting the spreadsheets together. And Raju, thank you for doing all that work for us in a couple of days' notice. That's good, really appreciated. Scott.
First off, to everybody who came out and spoke tonight about the development, thank you for coming out. I don't think anybody's still here. We got one person still here, so. But thank you for coming out and speaking out. It is important that we hear people both at these meetings. I would encourage anybody that's got questions or concerns on stuff like this to reach out before meetings too, to where we can have conversations about these items. The weather has been a little crazy the last couple of weeks, so thanks to DPS for being out and keeping everybody and safe on the streets. What time is it? It's late. But
9:40.
keeping for everybody safe on the streets. Thanks for our facilities crew and planning departments for keeping everything up and running. Special thanks for the charter meeting group. It looked like because of the condensed meetings, because of weather, that they put in some long hours. In fact, I think the last charter meeting that I tried to watch is 64 hours and going, at least according to YouTube. So, but special thanks to those guys for taking your time out and putting the effort in. I also want to encourage everybody to whenever possible, go visit our local businesses. They are struggling out there. We've had a couple close. We've had a couple that are really, really hurting. So support all of our local businesses, please.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, thank you, Katura, Cody, and Lance for your service, as well as the rest of the committee. It was really a robust debate on things, and I think we're off to a pretty good start on it. Thank you guys on city staff and DPS for taking care of us every day and keeping the water running while we had the snowstorm that actually missed us, which was kind of nice. And appreciate everyone showing up tonight and voicing their concerns regarding development in the city of Fate. It's everybody needs to have a voice and everybody needs to be heard. Thank you.
Mr. Hatley.
I want to thank the DPS. I want to thank everybody who came and spoke, no matter what the topic was. And I would also like to thank the 9 members of the charter board who took the time to participate, and the vast majority gave good input and participated in very useful discussions. But regarding the topic of ethics, I did want to take issue with a few things that were brought up purely as extension of 2 members of that board.
Hey, Mark, hang on a second.
Point of order.
Correct, Mark. This is for announcements and not for policy.
This is public. This is having to do with public health.
No, that's declared by the state of emergency, only by the governor, the county, or the mayor, and then the city council.
So I cannot speak about a board member criticizing private citizens.
Not during this portion of the meeting. You had your chance during the charter commission meeting to do that, but this item is correct.
City attorney is correct.
Correct. Council Harper is correct.
Yeah, the mayor's correct on this. That's what this item's limited to by state law.
You had your chance before.
I will make a public statement on my website.
You can do that.
Thank
Absolutely,
you.
that's your right. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you. Lance.
I've noticed that traffic enforcement is up. Good job. There's a lot of unhappy people right at the present moment, but it is certainly having an effect, especially on CD Boren and Ben Payne, so appreciate those traffic officers. I like the new Durangos. Thank you to city staff for working through the storms and the cold weather, especially in the public works side, keeping the water flowing and stuff when we could have had a lot of problems. So I appreciate that all. Thank you.
All right, next, please. I'm sorry, city manager. Yeah, making sure, Michael.
There's a council meeting next Monday. That's it.
All right. I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it's already done. We're
okay,
done.
good. Miss Vicki, what's next, please?
Can I just remind everyone that for the next meeting, we will have a meeting at 5:30 on February 3rd to do the meet and greet with those applicants. We don't have a lot of applications, But anyways, just reminding you of that as well. February 3rd, 5:30, meet and greet.
Okay, thank you,
MVD.
appreciate that.
Yes,
All right.
Okay.
Next,
So
please.
next, we will do item 7, executive session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, section 551.001, the city council will recess into executive session closed meeting to discuss the following. A, in accordance with Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney. 1, chapter 43, Texas Local Government Code development agreements for Rockwall CAD property IDs 11195, 11227, 83532, and 83531, and annexation law. And B, in accordance with Texas Government Code, section 551.072, to deliberate regarding real property. 1, to consider the purchase of Blackland Water Supply Corporation property located on North Ben Payne Road.
All right, I'll take an executive session at 9:44. Thank you.
An executive session, so the next item will be adjournment.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
No abstaining tonight. Motion passes 7-0. Good night. Thank you so much.